Chapter 1868. 1868 The third leader of the 1868 Dragon Palace. Fire and Dark Lightning Jade Chains. Above the Pacific Ocean, the three jade chains in Ao Chitian's eyes were shining. He stared at the demon beast more than 10 kilometers ahead with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, black chains surrounded by lightning and flames attacked the dark demon beast. The chains, which were 2 to 3 meters thick, pierced through more than 10 kilometers of space, completely locking down the surrounding space. The two chains wrapped around its body. Roar, roar, roar. An incomparably furious roar came from the mouth of the demonic beast. Its long tail swept horizontally, directly attacking the two chains. Pa pa pa. The powerful force caused the entire space to tremble, and the two chains flew backward. Buzz. At this moment, the ocean-pacifying needle appeared in Ao Chitian's palm. The 3,000-meter-long needle was covered in black lightning and flames, and it smashed directly at the demon beast. Roar, roar. A hint of fear appeared in the demon beast's blood-red eyes. The vertical eye in the center of the eye slowly cracked open. Buzz. A wave of destructive blood-red demonic chi attacked the sea-pacifying divine needle. Bang! The sea-pacifying divine needle landed on the blood-red demonic chi pillar, making a deafening sound. The entire ocean, in the battle between the two godly state experts, was like a small boat in a huge wave. Under Ao Chitian's violent power, the blood-red demonic chi pillar slowly dissipated. The sea-pacifying divine needle continued to smash at the demonic beast. Roar! The demon beast opened its long and thin mouth and let out a fierce roar. Behind it, an abyss-like divine kingdom slowly emerged behind it. Roar! Roar! When Ao Chitian saw that the other party had used the power of the divine kingdom, he also let out a furious roar. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon cave appeared. Inside the dragon cave, the shadows of the dark dragon, the fire dragon, and the lightning dragon coiled together and attached themselves to the walls of the dragon cave. The entire dragon cave was like a mural left behind from ancient times. The entire dragon cave was emitting a mysterious and powerful power. Goyu chain, fire chain suppression, dark chain suppression, lightning chain suppression. Ao Chitian roared, and the murals within the 100-kilometer radius of the dragon cave behind him emitted a mysterious luster. The chains around the demonic beast began to reflect each other and burst out with a mysterious power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding chains became even more violent and attacked the dark divine kingdom and the demonic beast. Pa, 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 pa. The chains emitted a sound like the running of gears, locking the demonic beast and its divine kingdom in a short moment. Roar! Ao Chitian roared again, and the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand suddenly grew to 10,000 meters long. The terrifying power smashed on it, and the divine kingdom collapsed. The demonic beast's body was instantly smashed to the bottom of the sea, and a large amount of blood oozed out of its body, making a huge sound. Buzz! Ao Chitian's body moved, and he rushed over with the dragon cave behind him. The demonic beast divine kingdom that was like an abyss entered the dragon cave. Ao Chitian waved his arm, and his enormous palm grabbed the body of the demonic god. Go! He turned to look at Ao Jian and the others and shouted softly. Go! Ao Jian nodded and led the stunned members of the Guan family and the Lan family to fly toward the entrance of the Transcendence continent. The battle just now had completely stunned the members of the Guan family and the Lan family. The subordinates of the Dragon King had killed an extremely terrifying demon god in less than a minute. This was a godlike existence. Before they could be too shocked, Ao Chitian led them directly into the extraordinary mainland through the entrance. 2 minutes later, they arrived above the Dragon Palace. This is... Looking at the majestic underwater Dragon Palace, the Guan family and the Lan family were shocked. Prime Minister Gu A. Ao Chitian and Ao Jian called out Prime Minister Gu A, cupping their hands and shouting. These are the family members of the Dragon Queen. The Dragon King asked us to bring them to the extraordinary mainland and ask Prime Minister Gue to take good care of them. Ao Chitian said to Prime Minister Gue, "All right, greetings to all of you." When Prime Minister Gue heard that they were the family members of the Dragon Queen, he immediately bowed. No need, no need. Everyone around looked at the fantastic dragon palace below. Their faces were filled with shock as they hurriedly said to Prime Minister Gue, "Let me open some permissions and let everyone in." In the Dragon Palace, only those with the bloodline of the divine dragon could enter. If anyone else wanted to enter, they would have to open the permissions of Wang Xian or Prime Minister Gue. "Prime Minister Gue, there is a change on Earth. I killed a godly state demonic beast on Earth when I came here. Ao Jian and I will use it to increase our strength and return to the Dragon King immediately." Ao Chitian took out the body of the demonic god and reported to Prime Minister Gue. "A change on Earth?" Prime Minister Gue was slightly stunned and looked at them curiously. Ao Chitian gave a simple explanation to Prime Minister Gue. "Good. This demon god's corpse is used to increase your strength. In addition, Ao Xingmu has already reached the godly state. This time, I'll go out with you to follow the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue said to them, "Oh, Ao Xingmu has become a god? This guy is so fast?" Ao Chitian was slightly stunned and said in astonishment, "Hee, the Dragon King got a huge amount of resources last time, so he let Ao Xingmu become a god first." Prime Minister Gue smiled. "By the way, Prime Minister, I also got a divine kingdom. Now that it has been swallowed by the Dragon Palace, is there any treasure inside?" Ao Chitian thought of the divine kingdom that was swallowed by the dragon cave when he killed the demon god and asked immediately, "There isn't any treasure inside, but it provides a lot of resources for the improvement of the Dragon Palace's level." Prime Minister Gue shook his head. "Then tell Ao Xingmu to wait for us. We'll go and improve our strength immediately." Ao Chitian and Ao Jian immediately flew into the dragon transformation pool and threw the demon god's body aside. Soon, a large amount of dragon blood flowed out of the dragon heads of the 9 dragon pillars. Ao Chitian and Ao Jian immediately jumped into the dragon transformation pool. Once they absorbed the dragon blood inside, they would be able to reach the peak of the demigod realm. With Ao Chitian's strength at the peak of the demigod realm, he could kill a god with 2 wisps of divine fire. And Ao Jian could also kill a god with a wisp of divine fire. Hee. At this moment, Ao Xingmu, who was lying under the dragon throne with his branches connected to the ancestral tree, sensed the situation inside the dragon transformation pool. He slightly opened his eyes and smiled. He was now 20 meters tall. His upper body was slightly similar to a human's, only about 1.5 meters. His lower body was full of branches. The branches were full of sharp barbs and surrounded by a faint flame. He looked extraordinarily beautiful in the dark. If one looked carefully, there were traces of lightning in the branches. Ao Xingmu, a member of the Divine Fire Dragon Palace, could surpass 3 levels. The current Ao Xingmu was comparable to the most powerful dragon of the Dragon Palace, the Mad Dragon. It was all because of the existence of the ancestral tree. Maybe the future number 1 dragon in the Dragon Palace belonged to the Xingmu dragon. Chapter 1869. 1869 1869 disciples of Ling Xiao stepped forward. The Dragon Palace had absorbed a divine kingdom with darkness attribute. Wang Xian, who was in Jiang City, sensed it immediately. Once all the members of the Dragon Palace became gods, the dragon cave that he possessed would turn into the divine kingdom of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Their divine kingdom could fly out of the Dragon Palace. Similarly, the items that they obtained could also be directly transported to the Dragon Palace. The stronger the divine realm members of the Dragon Palace were, the higher the quality of the Dragon Palace would be. In the future, when Wang Xian ignited the divine fire and the Dragon Palace advanced, the Dragon Palace would be completely transformed into his divine kingdom. At that time, he could instantly summon the Dragon Palace over. Boom, boom, boom. The great battle that shook the entire earth was still erupting. Compared to the beginning, a terrifying battle was soon transmitted from the west, south, and center of Earth. Dark ancient lands appeared one after another. Powerful and invincible demon gods flew out and attacked the Lingxiao treasured palace, the holy church, the pyramid, and the fire god palace. The high and mighty gods fought against the demon gods one by one. In just a few short hours, the entire earth seemed to be trembling. Not long after, a wail came from the ocean. The entire ocean was covered in darkness. At that moment, all the gods on earth looked over at the same time. There was actually a god who had killed the evil demon god who had rushed out from the ancient land. In an instant, all the gods revealed an extremely astonished expression. In the banquet hall of the Song clan group, Wang Xian and the rest were also looking at the sky. With Wang Xian's yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes, he could clearly see their battle. Now that the internet has exploded, there are already 5 ancient lands that are emitting an evil aura. In some of the evil ancient lands, extremely terrifying evil demonic beasts have rushed out. However, what made everyone slightly relieved was that those powerful and invincible demonic gods did not attack the human cities. They only attacked the land of the gods. Old Shui, Old Qin, and the rest were chatting nonstop at the side. Unless the gods from the major forces can completely suppress those evil ancient lands, even if there are no demon gods attacking the human cities, there will still be other dark demon beasts attacking the ancient lands. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke from the side. Your strength is still too weak. I'll give you some pills to use for your cultivation. Also, Old Shui, Old Qin, Old Li, and Uncle Zhang, I'll give you some treasures. He swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. With a wave of his arm, bottles of extremely precious pills and weapons appeared in front of them. With these pills, all of you will be able to increase your strength rapidly. Song family, in the past few years, your Song family has done nothing wrong. Old Song, I've helped you increase your strength as well. I'll give you some weapons. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at Song Qingshi and the rest of the Song family. Your talent is not bad. It's a pity that your legs were attacked by the power of the gods. However, your foundation is not bad. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the young girl who was sitting on the wheelchair. He waved his arm and a strong vitality of earthwood landed on her body. Her legs grew out rapidly. Buzz. Wang Xian moved his palm and pointed the god-striking branch in Yao Yao's hand at her gently. A vast amount of wood energy was injected into the girl's body. The girl revealed an excited expression. As she sensed the energy that entered her body, she immediately closed her eyes and absorbed it rapidly. She had the opportunity to obtain a huge opportunity with her sister. However, due to the sudden danger, she was unable to avoid it. Instead of obtaining the opportunity, she lost her legs. Even the pills that the Song family found for her to regrow her severed limbs after that did not have any effect on her. With her foundation in cultivation, her cultivation level increased rapidly from that of an extraordinaire. Although the current Wang Xian controlled the 5 elements of yin and yang in his body, his wood attribute was the strongest due to the ancestral tree. Waves of wood attribute energy, along with some of the characteristics of the god-striking branches, were infused into the young lady's body. Very soon, her strength had reached the peak of the see-through realm. It seemed to be easy, but Wang Xian had used up a lot of energy. Even a god would rarely use such a method to forcefully increase a person's strength. Wang Xian's thoughts had contributed greatly to the Song family. He had helped the Song family to increase another powerhouse. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King, for your grace. Song Hanshuang opened her eyes and bowed to Wang Xian with excitement. Song Qingshi and the rest also knelt down in excitement and thanked him loudly. You deserve this. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Hiss. At this moment, Song Hanyu and Song Shanji saw that their sister's leg had been healed instantly and her strength had even been raised to the peak of the profound void stage. Their eyes were filled with envy. If we didn't provoke the Dragon King, would we be the ones who were blessed? A thought appeared in their minds. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world. There were no ifs. golden bright great sun. At this moment, a voice filled with endless majesty came from the sky. Huh. Wang Xian looked at the sky. A huge golden sun shot out billions of golden rays and attacked the demon god that seemed to be enveloped by an abyss. At this moment, the golden rays illuminated a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Is the battle at the end? Wang Xian thought to himself. The billions of golden rays landed on the abyss-like divine kingdom of the demon beast. The entire divine kingdom was immediately penetrated. Roar! Roar! A miserable shriek was heard. Following that, the demon god fled into the dark ancient land below in fear. Beast, stay here. A golden broadsword that was over 100 kilometers long condensed and attacked the escaping dark demon beast. Roar! Another miserable shriek was heard. In Wang Xian's vision, an incomparably huge wing was cut off. However, the demon god was not killed. Instead, it escaped into the ancient land below. What a pity. The god from the Ling Shao Palace is still a little weak. Wang Xian thought to himself. Although the war in the sky had ended, the sounds of battle from other places on Earth could still be heard. It's getting late. Let's go back. Wang Xian looked at the time and bade farewell to Old Shui, Old Qin, and the rest. Dragon King, we have found the place where you are staying. It's a villa by the sea. Do you want to go over and take a look? Old Song walked over and said respectfully to Wang Xian. Yeah, sure. Wang Xian nodded and gestured for Old Song to lead the way. The group of people sent Wang Xian and the rest out respectfully. Not bad, not bad. Following Elder Song to the villa near the sea, Wang Xian looked around with a satisfied expression on his face. He was the divine dragon of the sea. Wang Xian also liked a villa near the sea. Compared to the villa near the sea in Jiang City, this one was even more luxurious. Chapter 1870. 1870 1,870 disciples of Ling Shao came out. New home, bad dad, bad dad. After entering the new villa near the sea, the two little guys were running excitedly in the courtyard. Azure Dragon, how is the information about Tangju Chao, Ling Shao, and Xiao Ran that I asked you to find? Wang Xian looked at the two happy little guys and shook his head as he said to Mo Qinglong who was beside him. When the Dragon King, Master Tang, Sect Leader Ling, Xiao Ran, and the rest arrived at the Ling Shao Treasured Palace, they were immediately recruited as disciples by the Ling Shao Treasured Palace. At that time, the Ling Shao Treasured Palace beckoned a group of elite disciples from Earth. Many experts from the immortal sects entered the Ling Shao Treasured Palace. It's said that they were cultivating in the Ling Shao Treasured Palace. Without any special circumstances, they couldn't leave the Ling Shao Treasured Palace. Mo Qinglong said to him. Wang Xian nodded slightly at the side. He did not have a good impression of the Ling Shao Treasure Hall, nor did he have a bad impression of it. Although they had killed the divine Son of Heaven and the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Ling Shao Treasure Hall. However, it was the other party who was courting death to provoke them. Wang Xian was more at ease when Xiao Ran and the rest joined the Ling Shao Treasure Hall. At the very least, they would not encounter any danger in the Ling Shao Treasure Hall. Let's see if we can contact them and have a gathering if there's a chance. Wang Xian said to Mo Qinglong. Tang Jichao was Yinshuan's father, while Sect Leader Ling was Feng Lingtian's father. They were in-laws. As for Xiao Ran, he was Wang Xian's only disciple since he started cultivating for more than 10 years. Even if he was just an in-name disciple, he was still Wang Xian's only disciple. If there was a chance, Wang Xian would invite them over for a gathering. He wouldn't be stingy with his help. Bad Daddy, we are hungry. We want to eat good food. Ever since Wang Xian told them that they were picked up in front of the two little guys had been calling Wang Xian Bad Daddy. This made Wang Xian very helpless. All right. What do you guys want to eat? Daddy, let's see what's good here. Wang Xian carried them one by one and walked into the room. As the saying goes, a girl should be well off. These few little guys had been eating and drinking demigod-level items for the past few days. If this were to be seen by ordinary people, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Wang Xian brought the two little guys to the top floor of the villa where it was open to the sky. He took out some dragon meat from the supernatural continent and roasted it for them to eat. At the same time, Wang Xian used his yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes to observe the changes of the entire earth. At this moment, the entire earth was boiling. One by one, dark ancient lands appeared. Each and every one of them were extremely terrifying demon gods. The battle between the dark demon gods and the gods left everyone on Earth in shock. Following that, human and demon beasts attacked the cities around the ancient lands. Although the dark demonic beasts were not very strong, they possessed strange abilities. Some dark demonic beasts could enter a person's body and control it. Some demonic beasts were a mass of dark energy and could attack with their physical strength. Some demonic beasts could bewitch a person's heart and control them to attack. Demons and monsters were everywhere. As night fell, Wang Xian caressed the two little guys who were already in deep sleep and gestured for Yao Nu to carry them into the room. Wang Xian stood at the top of the villa and looked around. His gaze landed on a dark, ancient land that was the closest to Jiang City. Wang Xian had the thought of exploring it. However, he dismissed it very quickly. Wang Xian sensed that there were godly state experts in Ling Zhao's shop who were not weaker than him. The dark demon god was severely injured, and the gods of Ling Zhao's treasure hall did not chase after him. There was probably something in there that they were afraid of. With the current mysteriousness of Earth, he did not dare to barge in directly. It's a pity that I missed the time when the other ancient lands were born. If that time comes, I can also go to the ancient lands to search for it. The current ancient lands have all been searched by the gods that descended on Earth. It's hard to find anything good. Wang Xian mumbled as he turned around and entered the room. All disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace come to the front of the main hall. At this moment, in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace above Earth, a majestic voice resounded throughout every corner of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Gather the Divine Lord and go there immediately. Today, a demon god dared to attack our Lingxiao Treasured Palace. May I know why the Divine Lord has gathered all the disciples? Is the opportunity that belongs to us here? Father asked me to descend to Earth with the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Is there a great opportunity? At that moment, all the disciples in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace immediately flew into the central main hall. Soon, millions of young middle-aged men gathered in front of the main hall. In the front row stood 9 divine sons with towering heads and powerful auras. They stood there proudly. There were more than a dozen demigod-level middle-aged men around them. They were all experts on the God Ascension list in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Anyone who could make it onto the God Ascension list would have the chance to ignite the divine fire. Millions of people gathered together. There were many geniuses. After entering the front of the main hall, they all raised their heads and looked forward. The entire front of the main hall was extremely quiet. Disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, listen up. You have my disciples and cultivators who have followed you here to seek opportunities. Now, the opportunities have arrived. Opportunities are accompanied by danger, but the current Earth is the best era. As long as you have the opportunities and strength, it is not impossible for you to establish a godlike sect. Demons and demons have already emerged. Next, a powerful divine kingdom will break out from the ground. The opportunities that belong to the entire planet will be grasped by whoever holds them up high. Now, all of you will each take a corner. Protect the city, recruit subordinates, and establish an academy. Warning, disciples in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, they will be killed immediately. A fiery red figure slowly appeared in the sky above the main hall. He floated there, and his words entered everyone's ears. Upon hearing the Divine Lord's order, all the disciples in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall were slightly taken aback. Immediately after, they revealed excited expressions. In the past, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had very strict control over the disciples' entry and exit. If they wanted to go to Earth, they had to apply. They only had one chance every 3 months. Furthermore, they could not stay on Earth for more than 5 days. The Lingxiao Treasured Palace did this in order to prevent too many descenders from destroying Earth's recovery. Now, With the appearance of demons and monsters, they could also land on Earth wantonly. We obey God's orders. When everyone heard the Divine Lord's words, they immediately responded loudly. As their voices faded, the figures in the sky above the main hall completely disappeared. We can finally go down. A few years ago, in order to prevent us from destroying Earth's recovery and restricting our movement, we can finally go to Earth to look for a great opportunity. Haha, those divine kingdoms and divine mountains, I will naturally occupy an area. Excited voices sounded around them. We can finally return to the surface. At this moment, a group of people stood on the right in front of the main hall. Among them were a few familiar figures, Xiao Ran, sect leader Ling, and Xiao Ran's sister, Lu Mingxin. Unlike before, this young and tender young girl seemed to have grown into a handsome young man and a beautiful young girl. Chapter 1871. 1871 descended. The instructors have sent us a message. They want us to choose our companions and descend to a fixed city or location. Or we can join other teams. Of course, you can also go anywhere, but you cannot fight with other disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. On the right, sect leader Ling looked at the message on the message board and looked at the people around him. There were hundreds of people around him besides Xiao Ran and his sister Lu Mingxin. These people used to be from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. Now that they had joined the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, they naturally had to huddle together to stay warm. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to gain a foothold in a city and even occupy a divine mountain. There are too many people who are stronger than us. Xiao Ran stood by the side and frowned as he pondered. Xiao Ran was once the Dragon King's only disciple. 3 years after the Dragon King left, his strength had already become invincible on Earth. Now, after 6 or 7 years of cultivation in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, his strength had already risen to the 6th level of the Profound Void tier. This kind of increase was already very powerful. However, this was only for the natives on Earth. Compared to the young prodigies who had descended with the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, his strength was much, much stronger. There were even some people on Earth who were stronger than him in the past. This was not because he did not work hard, or because his talent was low. It was because he did not have a master. When the Lingxiao Treasured Palace recruited them to enter this place, there were demigod-level powerhouses who saw his outstanding talent and wanted to take him in as a disciple. However, he rejected them. Later on, he rejected the recruitment of several powerhouses consecutively. From then on, no powerhouse from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace was willing to take him in as a disciple. Having a master to teach and not having a master to teach were two completely different concepts. With a master to teach, one would receive the medicinal pills and weapons given by the master, and would also receive individual guidance. And without a master, one could only learn from a mentor. A mentor was not a one-on-one teaching, but a pair of over 100 students, or even a few hundred. Xiao Ran, then should we join another team, or move in a place that is no longer fixed? Sect Master Ling asked him. I don't want to join any team. If I do, I'll be restricted by them. Besides, the treasures I get might not be mine. Xiao Ran looked at the people around him and said directly, That's true. Unless we have strong control, otherwise, if you could have a powerful master, Xiao Ran, I'm afraid you would have become a divine son by now. A middle-aged man looked at him and said with slight regret, All right, let's not talk about other things. What do you guys choose? Should we do it together, or? Xiao Ran shook his head and looked at the group of people around him as he asked. Xiao Ran. At this moment, a voice was heard. Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked at the source of the voice. When they saw the woman slowly walking over, they all winked at him. Can I join your team? The woman who walked over continued to say. She looked at Xiao Ran with a smile on her face. Jiling Fei. Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he saw the woman walking over. He nervously clenched his fist. I'm going to look around. Our team isn't very strong. He looked at the woman walking over and said with some restraint. It doesn't matter. I don't want to establish any factions or occupy any mountain peaks. I also want to look around on Earth properly. You won't mind me, right? Ji Lingfei walked to Xiao Ran's side and looked at him with a smile. She was about 1 meter tall, and there was a water blue jewelry stuck between her eyebrows. Her water blue hair made her look extremely spiritual. Standing beside her, everyone felt extremely comfortable. How can that be? With your strength, any team you join will welcome you. Moreover, even if you build your own team, there will be countless people who will support you. Xiao Ran said indifferently. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He and she were not on the same level at all. She was the most outstanding woman in the Lingxiao treasured palace, the goddess in the eyes of countless young people. She had the powerful strength of a demigod. Although he did not know why she did not make it onto the god ascension list and become a goddess, her strength was publicly recognized as not inferior to that of a divine son. She might even be much stronger than a divine son. Although Ji Lingfei treated him differently from the others, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Ji Lingfei, have you joined the team? Why don't you join our team? I've already occupied a divine mountain on earth. At this moment, 4 or 5 young men and women walked over. The youth in the center looked at Ji Lingfei passionately and said with a smile. He was dressed in golden clothing with 2 words printed in the middle, Divine Son. Only the disciples and experts on the God Ascension list were qualified to wear this kind of special golden clothing. The 2 words, Son of Deity, printed on it indicated the young man's status as a deity. Above all others, there's no need. I've already joined Xiao Ran's team. Ji Lingfei glanced at this son of deity indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation on her face. He was like a son of deity, and she didn't place him in her eyes. The divine son frowned slightly when he heard Consort Ji's words. He looked at Xiao Ran with an unsightly expression, and a trace of jealousy flashed through his eyes. In that case, it's really a pity. If you have time, Consort Ji, you can come to my divine mountain and sit. The divine son put away his state of mind and said with a smile. Yes. Consort Ji still nodded indifferently. The divine son turned around and left. Although he was very unhappy to be rejected so directly, his master had warned him that anyone could be provoked in the Lingxiao treasured palace and not to provoke Ji Lingfei. One could imagine how extraordinary Ji Lingfei's background was. Sister Ji Lingfei, come and join our team. We've already agreed. Just as the divine son left, 6 young men and women walked over. 3 men and 3 women. A woman walked over and warmly held onto Lingfei Ji's arm as she said with a smile, Qing, I'm really sorry. I forgot. I've already joined Xiao Ran's team. When Lingfei Ji saw the woman holding onto her arm, she smiled and said apologetically, Xiao Ran, humph. Sister Consort Ji, you? Qing heard her and glanced at Xiao Ran with slight dissatisfaction. But she also knew that she couldn't change Sister Consort Ji's decision. Then what should we do? Why don't we join Xiao Ran's team too? Qing turned her head to look at the 5 young men and women behind her. One of the young men was wearing the same clothes as the divine son from before. He was also a divine son, and he was ranked 3rd. Sure, if Concubine Ji wants to join us, we naturally have to join as well. What about Xiao Ran? Is that all right? The young man dressed in the divine son's clothing raised his head slightly and asked Xiao Ran proudly. Divine son Gu Xingkong, Xiao Ran naturally won't have any objections, but our small team. When Xiao Ran heard Gu Xingkong's words, he lowered his head slightly and nodded with an embarrassed expression. When faced with a divine son, regardless of identity or strength, he wasn't allowed to resist. It's fine as long as you don't have any objections. Gu Xingkong interrupted him and said directly. Ji Lingfei frowned slightly when she saw this scene. Since you've joined the team, you're all teammates. You don't have any other identities, she said indifferently. Ji Lingfei's words caused Gu Xingkong to be slightly stunned. Of course, we're all teammates. Gu Xingkong immediately smiled and nodded. His gaze lingered on Xiao Ran for a few seconds. Similarly, there was envy and confusion in his eyes. There was also a trace of coldness. I'll first make a trip to River City to meet some friends. If you follow me, I'm afraid I'll waste your time. Xiao Ran a little helpless to continue to say, Chapter 1872. 1872 descended. Xiao Ran was a little surprised that Ji Lingfei had joined him, but Gu Xingkong and the others had joined him, and he felt a little helpless. Gu Xingkong and the others were all much stronger than him. This might not be a good thing for their future adventures. I haven't strolled around on Earth. It doesn't matter where I go. Ji Lingfei shook her head carelessly when she heard Xiao Ran's words. The other 6 were mainly following Ji Lingfei, so they had no objections. Sect Leader Ling, what about you guys? Xiao Ran looked at Sect Leader Ling and the others and asked. Haha, I was still worried about you, Xiao Ran. Now that you're following Miss Ji and the others, I feel much more at ease. As he spoke, he looked at the disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect around him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect has been passed down to me for more than 3,000 years. I can't let the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect be broken. We're preparing to go back and rebuild the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The Ling Xiao Treasured Palace did not stop the disciples from establishing their own forces. As long as you had the strength and became a god, no one would have any objections. He originally wanted to go with Xiao Ran, but now that everyone had their own aspirations, they could only temporarily separate. The gods of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace had their own plans and ideas. Then prepare with me, Ming Xin. We'll go to Jiang City the day after tomorrow to see those friends. Xiao Ran said to Sect Leader Ling and the others. Go, go. Sect Leader Ling sighed in his heart, somewhat lost in thought. When the disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect saw the sect master's expression, they also felt a little emotional. Sect Master Ling's son, their young master, had married the Dragon King's sister, but now, everyone shook their heads slightly and looked at Xiao Ran. Because of the Dragon King, he was able to survive and become the strongest person on Earth. After the Dragon King disappeared, this was also the reason why Xiao Ran had never taken him as a disciple in the Lingxiao Palace. Many people were accomplished during the Dragon King's era. As for Xiao Ran going to River City, he was only there to meet the disciples of the Dragon Gate who used to work for the Dragon King. Do you want the day after tomorrow? That's good too. Let's get ready. Ji Lingfei looked at Xiao Ran and nodded with a smile on her face. Sister Mingxin, this bracelet is for you. Hee. Then, she walked to Xiao Ran's sister and handed her a bracelet that contained powerful light energy. Sister Ji Lingfei, no. When Lu Mingxin saw the bracelet that she handed to her, she quickly shook her head. Take it. There are some things that I need your help with. Hee. Ji Lingfei blinked at her and said in a very friendly manner, Don't worry, Sister Ji Lingfei. Lu Mingxin nodded at her. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Let's go. Xiao Ran looked at his sister and Ji Lingfei with some confusion and said to her, Okay, let's go. Lu Mingxin nodded. The two of them walked side by side to the place where they lived. Sister Ji Lingfei, you didn't even give me a bracelet. You're biased. I say, sister, you're not really interested in that kid, are you? Have you heard of the story of the cowherd and weaver girl on Earth? Just that kid, Xiao Ran. Qing walked to Ji Lingfei's side at this time, pouting as she spoke. However, seeing that her expression was getting uglier and uglier, she hurriedly shut her mouth. Gu Xingkong and the others by the side frowned. In the past 10 days, there had been rumors in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace that goddess Ji Lingfei had taken a liking to a boy. At that time, many people did not believe that aside from divine sons, how many other people could make Ji Lingfei take a liking to? Now that they saw her attitude toward that young man who was only at the 6th level of the Insight Void tier, it made them feel incredulous and embarrassed at the same time. Cowherd and weaver girl? Ji Lingfei, who was at the side, muttered. She looked at Xiao Ran's back as he left. Bad daddy, bad daddy. In Jiang City, the crisp sound of flowers could be heard in the villa early in the morning. Wang Xian looked at the two little fellows. After a night, they had grown a lot taller. Now, they were equivalent to 3 to 4-year-old children. In just 4 short days, the two little fellows were equivalent to 3 to 4 years of other children. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Wang Xian looked at them and immediately walked over to pick them up. I want to eat fruit. Kyer opened her mouth and stretched out her little hand. All right, I'll give you one each. Wang Xian took out 2 would attribute spiritual fruits of the first level of demigod and handed them to them. Are you watching TV? I'll bring you guys here to watch TV. Carrying them, Wang Xian sat in the hall and turned on the TV. Childish, it doesn't look good. The 2 little guys despised him for playing an animated cartoon. All right, let's watch something else then. Wang Xian said in a speechless manner. Other kids were watching cartoons when they were 3 or 4 years old. It seemed that they shouldn't be treated with the IQ of ordinary kids. Bad Daddy, I want to fly too. The television was playing a modern wuxia movie. Huar stood on the sofa and shouted loudly. No, you guys are still young and can't cultivate yet. If you guys want to fly, Daddy can bring you guys to fly. Wang Xian touched the lively and jumping flowers at the side. Cultivate? Daddy, are those little bugs moving in the body? Is that so? At this moment, Huar grabbed Wang Xian's arm and asked him to look at her. Following that, Huar sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate. As she sat down quietly, Wang Xian could clearly sense the surrounding would attribute entering her body. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Are the 2 of them going to awaken all sorts of memories as time goes by? Wang Xian mumbled. With a move of his palm, the energy of the ancestral tree entered Kai Yar's body. Buzz. The stargrass above Kyr's head moved. It looked like it was trembling. Waves of majestic ancestral tree energy entered Kai Yar's body. Kyr's long eyelashes moved. Waves of memories related to cultivation surged into her mind. Boom. All of a sudden, a tremendous amount of would attribute energy burst out from her body. Her cultivation was improving at a terrifying speed. Ah, what's wrong with sister? Huar tilted her head and looked at her sister. She blinked her eyes and looked exceptionally cute. Wang Xian stared at Kyer. Her body, which was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, was slowly growing bigger and bigger. From the initial age of 3 to 4 years old, she looked to be 4 to 5 years old now. Kyr's strength had also reached the insightful emptiness realm. It was terrifying and absolutely terrifying. Huar widened her eyes as she looked at her older sister who had grown up. Her small eyes kept blinking as if she was extremely curious. Not far away, Yao Nu, who was standing at the side, was extremely shocked. This simply overturned her understanding. Not long ago, Kyer did not have much strength, but now she had already reached the insightful emptiness realm. This, as expected of the Dragon King's daughter, she was also so monstrous. Chapter 1873. 1873, Xiao Rant's master went up. Boom. Voila. In the villa near the sea, a powerful life force rushed out from the villa, and at the same time, the sound of waves could be heard from outside. Kyer sat cross-legged on the sofa, and a shocking aura came from her body. Demigod realm, hiss. At the side, Yao Nu had already opened her mouth slightly in shock. A little girl who could not be any smaller had the strength of a first-level demigod. Putting aside the heavens' favorites on earth, even the divine sons in the Ling Shao treasured palace were nothing compared to her. Wouldn't the so-called divine sons and heaven's favorites feel ashamed in front of this little guy? Wang Xian saw that Kyr's strength had broken through to the demigod realm and placed his palm down from the top of her head. She moaned like a cat and opened her eyes to look at Wang Xian. Kyer is really amazing. She has grown so big in such a short period of time. Wang Xian looked at Kyer, who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her clothes from earlier were already torn, revealing her cream-like skin. He pinched it. Yao Nu immediately took out a dress. The last time they went shopping, Wang Xian bought over 100 pieces of clothes for them. He was afraid that they would grow up quickly. After putting on a sky-blue Lolita dress for Kyer, she instantly became a perfect little princess. The Yao girl at the side took out a comb and meticulously combed Wang Xian's beautiful long hair that reached her shoulders. "Daddy, are you pretty?" Kaya raised her head and looked at Wang Xian lovingly as she asked with a smile. Her smile revealed 2 dimples. She looked exceptionally cute. Cute and pretty, little princess. Wang Xian couldn't help but hug Kaya and kissed her on the cheek. Wow, bad dad. Why did sister get bigger? I want to get bigger too. I want to get bigger too. Wow, wow. At this moment, Hua Er started to cry. She looked at her sister with envy. She felt that she was out of favor and started to cry. Hua, do you know how to cultivate? You can cultivate and grow to the size of your sister. Wang Xian quickly carried her over and wiped her tears. Sob, 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 sob. I know how to cultivate too, but I don't want to cultivate. Hua shouted loudly. Her crisp voice and confident lung capacity resounded throughout the entire villa. If you don't want to cultivate, you won't grow to the size of your sister. Wang Xian said to Hua speechlessly. Sob, sob, so be it. I want to grow up as soon as possible. Hua cried and choked on her sobs. She looked at her sister and sat down on Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian smiled. When he saw Hua entering the state of cultivation very soon, he smiled as well. With a thought, he transferred the majestic power of the ancestral tree into her body. Hua Er and Kaya were wood attribute deities who had been awakened. The recovery of their cultivation memories meant that there were no shackles on their path of cultivation, and they could recover all the way to their former peak. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was to have sufficient energy. Logically speaking, Kaya and the others' bodies were not sufficient to reach the demigod realm. However, Wang Xian had the ancestral tree. Wang Xian did not know how strong the ancestral tree was. However, from the few fruits that it bore, it could be said to be heaven-defying. Hua Er sat cross-legged on her body. Her strength was increasing rapidly, and her body was also growing slowly. Wang Xian woke her up after she cultivated all the way until she reached the first level of the demigod level. The 2 little ones' advancement consumed the ancestral tree's energy. Wang Xian could not allow them to absorb it without limits. Yeah, I've grown up too. I've grown up too. Hua changed into her clothes and jumped around excitedly. However, the little ones were too excited. They jumped onto the roof and bumped their heads. This made her pout. Bad daddy, that thing bumped into me. Hua pouted and pointed at the roof. It won't bump into you if it doesn't move. Let's go. Daddy will teach you how to fly. Wang Xian led them out. The 2 little ones had awakened the cultivation method, but they still needed guidance to control their strength. Only after the guidance was complete would they be able to unleash the true strength of a demigod. Yeah, I can fly now. Giggle, giggle. In the afternoon, the 2 little ones were flying excitedly by the beach. They were flying excitedly as they were just able to fly. Wang Xian sat at the top of the villa at the side and watched the 2 little guys flying in the air. At this moment, he saw more than 1,000,000 figures flying down from the top of the East Heaven Gate of the Soaring Heavens Treasure Palace and flying in all directions. What happened to the Soaring Heavens Treasure Palace? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a look of astonishment in his eyes. Yesterday, the gods were fighting with the dark demonic beasts. Today, 1,000,000 people from the Soaring Heavens Treasure Hall were descending to the ground. Dragon King. Not long after, Ao Qitian and the rest voices were heard. Wang Xian raised his head and looked in front of him. 3 figures appeared. Wang Xian looked over. In the middle of them was Ao Xingmu, who was about 20 meters in size. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 3 of them and landed his gaze on Ao Xingmu. Ao Qitian and Ao Jian's strength had increased by 1 level. Now, Ao Jian had the strength to fight and even kill a wisp of divine fire god. As for Ao Qitian, he had a god who could easily kill 2 wisps of divine fire god. As for Ao Xingmu, his strength was stronger than Wang Xian had expected. In fact, he was even stronger than himself. Ao Xingmu was the first god in the Dragon Palace who had completely ignited the divine fire. With the bloodline of the divine dragon and the enhancement of the ancestral tree, his strength had reached a terrifying level. Wang Xian was no match for him. but he had the strength to kill 3 wisps of the divine fire god. Not bad. Wang Xian glanced at the 3 of them with a satisfied look on his face. Has the Guan family and the Lan family been settled? Dragon King, they have settled down. The formation has been brought over. Ao Qitian nodded immediately. All right, let's set up the formation in the surroundings. Wang Xian nodded and called out to the Azure Dragon below. Dragon King. Emo Qinglong came up immediately and cupped his hands at Wang Xian, waiting for instructions. Inform the Shui family, Qin family, Wei family, and Song family to let them stay in the vicinity of the villa. Wang Xian said to Emo Qinglong. This time, he asked Ao Qitian to bring along some formations. They were all at the peak of the demigod realm. There were spirit-gathering formations, defensive formations, and offensive formations. Each formation was set up in the surroundings to deal with the dangers below the deity realm. Uncle, uncle. At this moment, Huar and Kair's eyes lit up as they sized up the branches below Ao Xingmu. They flew over mischievously and grabbed onto the roots of Ao Xingmu. Hee, the 2 little princesses are so cute. Ao Xingmu's branches moved and instantly grew a few thousand meters long. With the branches, they formed a small bed and a slide. Wow, thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Uncle is better than our bad daddy. Huar's face revealed a happy expression. Both of them had what attributes and had absorbed the ancestral tree's energy, so the 2 little guys would feel extremely close to the Ao Xingmu. Chapter 1874. 1874 among Xiao Rance masters in 1874. The arrival of Ao Xingmu had made Huar and Kair extremely happy. Ao Xingmu was a wood-attributed demonic beast. His body could grow and expand like a tree. He could even spread his branches over a radius of more than 10 kilometers with ease. This allowed the 2 little fellows to play happily on the tree. Even Wang Xian didn't bother him anymore. The 3 of you can find a room to stay in. The 2 little fellows played until nighttime. Wang Xian called them down and said to Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and Ao Xingmu, Dragon King, let them go into the room. I'll be outside. As Ao Xingmu spoke, the roots on his body moved and directly covered the entire villa. Apart from the windows that didn't cover the sunlight, everything else was covered. Moreover, in the courtyard, Ao Xingmu had used his own branches to make 2 swings and a few small beds for the 2 little fellows. He had also made a slide. In just a short moment, the entire villa had become more than 10 times more beautiful. Wow! The 2 little fellows widened their eyes as they looked at their home that had changed so much. Their faces revealed an extremely pleasantly surprised expression. Dragon King, I'm cultivating here. The others want to enter as well. Ao Xingmu said to Wang Xian once again. Sure. Wang Xian looked at the villa that was covered by Ao Xingmu with a satisfied expression on his face. With Ao Xingmu's ability to cover the entire villa, it would be courting death if anyone below the 4 wisps of divine fire came to invade. All right, let's go. Wang Xian carried the 2 little fellows. Huar had grown up a lot, and it was inconvenient to carry her. Bad Daddy, if you get Uncle to make a beautiful bed for us, we will call you Good Daddy from now on. Huar hugged Wang Xian's neck and said intimately, Then call me Good Daddy first. I will get Uncle to make a beautiful wooden bed for you guys. Wang Xian said with a smile. No. Let's make the Bad Daddy first before we call them. We'll make them first. No, we'll make them first before we call them. Wang Xian and Huar came into the room while arguing. After giving them a sumptuous dinner, Wang Xian carried them into the room. Ao Xingmu extended a branch through the window and made a very happy wooden bed for them. I'll leave it to you to take care of it. Looking at Huar and Kair jumping happily on the bed, Wang Xian said to Yao Nu, who was beside him, It's the Dragon King. Yao Nu nodded respectfully and watched Wang Xian leave. She looked at the bed that was made of the branch and the 2 little ones on the bed, and her eyes flashed with shock. Another godly state, she thought to herself. She looked at her hands and started to meditate, coaxing the 2 little princesses to sleep. In the end, she held the sedative and began to cultivate. She also understood that the treasure in her hands was a small favor to her by allowing her to use it for her cultivation. In the past, due to fear, she felt very fortunate now. This might be a huge opportunity for her. Dragon King, Old Song, Old Shui, Old Sheen, and a few people from House Wei are here. Just as Wang Xian walked out of the two little princesses' room, Mo Qinglong walked in. Oh! Wang Xian was slightly taken aback and immediately walked down. Dragon King. Upon seeing Wang Xian walking in, everyone immediately stood up. Elder Qin, Elder Shui, Elder Li, Elder Song, please take a seat. There's no need to be so polite. Wang Xian smiled at them and sat on the sofa in front. Dragon King, have you heard about what happened today? Elder Song asked Wang Xian. Oh, what happened? Did the people from the Lingxiao treasure hall come down in large numbers? Wang Xian looked at them and raised his eyebrows. Yes, Dragon King. According to the information we received and the information on the internet, the gods of the Lingxiao treasure hall have ordered a few million disciples from the Lingxiao treasure hall to come down. All the disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall can establish their own factions, establish their own academies, and occupy the ancient lands of the Divine Mountains. Currently, all the surroundings of the 20 ancient lands have been occupied by the disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall. Even today, there were fights between divine sons and heaven's favorites, and many of them were killed or injured. Elder Song reported to Wang Xian. There are also disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall occupying the ancient lands of our Jiang city. Wang Xian looked at Elder Song and raised his eyebrows. Yes, although there are no more treasures in the ancient land of River City, there are already disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace looking for our Song family because we are relatively close to an ancient land of darkness. Currently, there are already demons and monsters coming out from the ancient land of darkness and entering the city. If there isn't a strong force protecting us, the arrival of the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace isn't a bad thing. Elder Song replied. What did the disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall say? Wang Xian looked at Elder Song and gently knocked on the sofa at the side. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasure hall who came to look for our Song family have demigod-level existences. However, they belong to a team of divine sons. This divine son founded the Heaven Palm sect and established the Heaven Palm Academy. Jiang City is one of the areas they want to occupy. All the young people can enter the Heaven Palm Academy to study. Those with outstanding talent will be able to enter the Heaven Palm sect. Elder Song reported to him one by one. There are indeed demonic beasts in the dark ancient land that are stirring up trouble. If the Lingxiao Treasured Palace wants to establish an academy in Jiang City, let them do so. Even if they have to pay some items, they can do so. After all, they will be responsible for the attacks of those demonic beasts when they occupy Jiang City. Wang Xian told Elder Song and the rest directly. Since Wang Xian had returned to Earth this time, the most he could do was to rebuild the undersea dragon palace in the ocean of Earth in the future. He did not intend to dominate the city. He did not have that much time to exterminate the demonic beasts. As long as the people of the Lingxiao treasured palace did not provoke him or do anything that would anger the heavens and people, he would not care about it. It's the Dragon King. Elder Song and the rest nodded slightly. They understood Wang Xian as well. Back then, the Dragon King suppressed the entire earth and didn't dominate the land. They weren't surprised by his attitude now. Build a residence by the sea and move your families here. The formation here will be ready in a few days. Wang Xian said to them, Thank you, Dragon King. Elder Song and the rest nodded with excitement on their faces. Living on the Dragon King's side, they were safe no matter how abnormal the earth was or how chaotic the outside world was. We'll take our leave now. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Wang Xian took out his phone and looked at the situation on Earth. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace have arrived. The situation has changed. A group of divine sons have occupied the Divine Mountain and established their own forces. They are awe-inspiring. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace have entered the city to guard the city and protect the region. The mysterious young master of the Shinfeng group has made a move and severely injured the experts of the Lingxiao treasured palace on the God Ascension board. It has shocked the world. All kinds of information kept appearing. Wang Xian checked it and then turned off his phone. As long as the earth changes and doesn't provoke him, everything will be fine. Chapter 1875. 1875, under Xiao Ran's master. River City is only a small city on Earth. The divine kingdom here has been completely destroyed. There are no treasures inside. Yesterday, River City seemed to have been occupied by the seventh son of God, Qin Yonga. Now, this place belongs to Qin Yonga. Xiao Ran, what friends are you visiting in River City? Relatives? In the early morning of the next day, 9 figures flew down from the sky below Ling Xiaobao. Qing looked at Xiao Ran and asked curiously, Jiang City is my master's home. Some of my master's subordinates are now living in Jiang City. Xiao Ran looked at the city below and said emotionally, Your master? Ji Lingfei blinked her eyes curiously and looked at Xiao Ran. I haven't seen my master for more than 10 years. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to see him again in the future. Xiao Ran looked at Ji Lingfei with a slightly sad look. Scenes from the past appeared in his mind. Is he dead? Xiao Ran, with your talent, you can definitely find a good master in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, but you don't want to. HMPH, look at you now. Qing, who was by the side, glanced at Xiao Ran and said with slight contempt. Among the group of them, Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin were the weakest. Even Qing's strength had already reached the 7th level of the profound void tier. Xiao Ran, why don't we go and pay our respects to him, and I'll find you a master. Ji Lingfei looked at Xiao Ran and said to him, Thank you, but there's no need. There's only one master, just like father. Xiao Ran immediately shook his head. Ji Lingfei heard his words and frowned slightly. She sighed softly in her heart. You don't have a good master to teach you. Unless you can obtain a huge opportunity in the future, otherwise, she said softly. Although she appreciated Xiao Ran's kindness, she did not want him to be mediocre. Otherwise, even if she fought for it, her father would not. Opportunity? My master once relied on his own strength to suppress an entire lifetime. I believe that I can obtain my own opportunity. I also believe that I, the disciple of the Dragon King, am not inferior to others. Xiao Ran's eyes revealed a determined expression. His former master was an existence that he had always looked up to. His master was able to suppress an entire generation from an ordinary student. As his disciple, why couldn't he? What suppress an entire lifetime? In the past, your planet was as weak as a rookie. I heard that Xiao Ran, you were also invincible in the world with a single glance. Aren't you still invincible now? Not inferior to others? Even if that master of yours is still alive, what? Can he still compete with us? With the Lingxiao Treasured Palace? Just as Xiao Ran finished speaking, a young man's slightly disdainful voice sounded from the side. His words caused the expressions of Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin to change slightly, and they immediately turned gloomy. Only when there is pressure will there be motivation. A trace of coldness flashed across Ji Lingfei's eyes, but she said indifferently to Xiao Ran. Yes. Xiao Ran smiled at her and looked at his sister beside him. Let's contact the leader of Azure Dragon ahead of time. We haven't contacted him for a few years. I don't know if we can still contact him. Lu Mingxi nodded, took out her phone, found Azure Dragon's number, and sent a few messages. At that moment, Azure Dragon, who was in the villa, saw the message on his phone and was momentarily stunned. Dragon King. He quickly went to the living room and shouted happily, Dragon King. Xiao Ran and his sister sent a message. They said that they are on their way to Jiang City and they want to meet us. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the news. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Xiao Ran? I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. I wonder how that little girl is doing. There's also that little girl, Lu Mingxin. Back then, she was taken in as a disciple by Lingxiao. She must have grown up to be a big girl now. He mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. The last contact was 3 years ago. It seems that the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace have come out this time as well. Emo Qinglong laughed at the side and said, "The little Xiao ran from back then has become a handsome young man now. Dragon King, I will be at the seaside to welcome them. If they know that you are back, they will definitely be very happy." As Emo Qinglong spoke, he immediately sent a message to Lu Mingxin, Xiao Ran, and the rest. Then, he walked out of the door. I wonder how Xiao Ran is doing now. Wang Xian recalled the in-name disciple he took in back then. When he left, he was not even 17 years old. Now, more than 10 years had passed. He was already 27 or 28 years old. Time had changed. Brother, the demon leader has regained his confidence. He told us to go to the coastal area. He is waiting for us there. In the sky, Lu Mingxin said in surprise. Okay, let's speed up. Xiao Ran's face revealed a trace of joy as he sped up his flight. I hope that you can catch up quickly. After this, we will go to some divine mountains and divine kingdoms to stroll around. Behind them, Gu Xingkong said indifferently to Xiao Ran, "If you guys can't wait, you can leave first." Ji Lingfei glanced at Gu Xingkong and said directly. This caused his expression to change slightly, and it didn't look good. Towards Ji Lingfei, his heart palpitated slightly, but unfortunately, Ji Lingfei treated him very coldly. That coldness had a feeling that even if you stood in front of her, you would still feel as if you were 10,000 li away. This made his expression extremely ugly. He looked at Qing Qing beside him. "Sister Ji Lingfei, it's so lively with so many people. Brother Starry Sky and the others are accompanying us. We are also much safer." Qing Qing helplessly gestured to Lone Starry Sky and said to Ji Lingfei, "Yes." Ji Lingfei and Qing Qing's relationship was obviously very good. She nodded slightly. "Brother, Leader Emo is over there." Half an hour later, Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin saw the figure by the sea and revealed excited expressions. "Let's go." Their bodies moved and landed on the rocks by the sea. "Leader Emo." The two landed in front of Emo Qinglong and walked over to shout, "It's good that you're here. Haha, let me tell you some good news." Emo Qinglong looked at the two of them and said with a laugh, "The Dragon King is here." What? What? Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin were instantly stunned, followed by an extremely excited expression on their faces. "Master is here. Master is back." Xiao Ran kept asking Emo Qinglong excitedly. Back when Sea God destroyed the Dragon Palace with one move, everyone thought that the Dragon King had already been killed. If it weren't for the Azure Demon Dragon telling them that the Dragon King wasn't dead, Xiao Ran would have thought that his master had already died. However, there hadn't been any signs of life for more than 10 years. He thought that even if he didn't die, he would probably. Now, he didn't think that his master was still alive. Oh, Xiao Ran's master is still alive? Interesting, hee. The young men and women behind him heard their words and revealed faint smiles on their faces. The smile contained a trace of curiosity and amusement. As for whether there was any other meaning in the smile, perhaps it was also somewhat contemptuous. Chapter 1876. 1876. Ji Lingfei was shocked. Xiao Ran's master, a person from Earth, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Not to mention in Gu Xingkong's opinion, the other party's strength was 90% inferior to his own strength. Towards a master like Xiao Ran, he naturally did not take it to heart in the slightest. Ji Lingfei slightly raised her brows at the side. She was somewhat curious about what kind of person would be able to teach such an outstanding disciple like Xiao Ran. "Demon Leader, where is Master? We will go there immediately." Xiao Ran hurriedly urged Demon Azure Dragon. "Haha, okay. Follow me." Demon Azure Dragon nodded and led them to the villa by the sea. "Hee, Xiao Ran, your master is really lucky to have a disciple like you." Ji Lingfei looked at Xiao Ran's anxious look and said with a smile, "It's my luck?" Xiao Ran turned to look at Ji Lingfei and said seriously, Yes. Ji Lingfei did not refute him and nodded with a smile. In her opinion, it was a blessing for that person to have a disciple like Xiao Ran. Emo Qinglong led them to the entrance of the villa. He paused and looked at the people behind Xiao Ran. "Xiao Ran, You can go in with Mingxin. The others can wait outside. Imo Qinglong said to Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin. With the identity of the Dragon King, they were not allowed to enter. Okay. Xiao Ran nodded and looked at Ji Lingfei and the others. The meaning was obvious. Leader Imo, Lingfei is one of us. Lu Mingxin held Ji Lingfei's arm and hurriedly said to Imo Qinglong. As he spoke, he winked at Imo Qinglong. Haha, good. Xiao Ran has grown up. Imo Qinglong understood and laughed loudly as he patted Xiao Ran on the shoulder. This caused Xiao Ran to be slightly dumbfounded. What? We can't enter? Why don't you take a look at our status? You actually won't let us in? Xiao Ran is going to see Master. You guys can wait here. A young man said with slight displeasure. What was the other party's status? What were their status? They were actually not allowed to enter? How interesting. However, before he could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Ji Lingfei. The young man opened his mouth, and Qing immediately glared at him from the side. Xiao Ran said that his master once suppressed an entire lifetime. Xiao Ran, ask your master if he has time to spar. Gu Xingkong said expressionlessly from the side. Let's go. Xiao Ran glanced at him, then looked at his sister. After a moment of hesitation, he also said to Ji Lingfei. Yes. Ji Lingfei smiled and nodded, stroking her long hair. Let's go in, Xiao Ran. The Dragon King has only been back for a few days, and I was asking about you yesterday. I was also very happy when I heard that you came. Imo Qinglong led the way inside, and Xiao Ran and the others immediately followed. What? I don't know why Ji Lingfei likes that kid, Xiao Ran. HMPH, Brother Starry Sky. What's so good about that Ji Lingfei? Isn't she just a little stronger? How can she be so cold to Brother Starry Sky? A young man saw them walk in, and his group was blocked outside the door. His expression was somewhat awkward. Gu Xingkong was expressionless. It could be seen that he wasn't in a good mood. Brother Xingkong, I can't help it. Sister Ji Lingfei is like this, not to one of your divine sons, but to the other divine sons as well. I also don't understand why she likes that guy, Xiao Ran. The story of the cowherd and the weaver girl won't happen. Qing shrugged at Gu Xingkong and said helplessly. She also didn't understand why a goddess with extraordinary status and extraordinary strength liked a weak guy. Brother Xingkong, why don't we leave? The other divine sons and some guys have already established extraordinary forces. After you become a god and become an ancestor, Ji Lingfei might surround you herself. A woman said to Gu Xingkong, I'm not willing to leave like this. Let's wait another 2 days. Gu Xingkong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said indifferently, Yes. The surrounding young men and women nodded. It's been more than 10 years. Xiao Ran, who had entered the villa's courtyard, felt his footsteps become somewhat heavy. His eyes were slightly moist as he looked at the villa's hall in front of him. Let's go in. Imo Qinglong let Xiao Ran and the others walk in front of him as he said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and walked straight into the house. Yes? At this moment, Ji Lingfei, who was following beside him, was slightly stunned. She raised her head and looked at the branches that were twining around the villa. A hint of doubt and contemplation appeared in her eyes. However, before she could think too much, she entered the villa. It was an incomparably luxurious villa. However, in their eyes, this villa was just an ordinary item from Earth. A young man was sitting on the sofa in the middle. He was drinking tea and looking at his cell phone. When they saw the cell phone in the young man's hand, they felt that it was slightly familiar. It seemed to be similar to the communication cell phone that was specially used by their Ling Xiao Palace. However, their focus was not on the cell phone. The young man looked extremely young. He even looked to be about the same age as Xiao Ran. This made Ji Lingfei slightly stunned. This master of Xiao Ran was different from her impression. Master. At this moment, when Xiao Ran saw Wang Xian, he revealed an excited expression. He quickened his pace with a sobbing tone and knelt on the ground with a thud. Lu Mingxin, who was following beside him, also knelt on the ground with her brother. Master. Xiao Ran shouted again and kowtowed to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's been more than 10 years. You've grown up. Stand up and let Master take a look. Wang Xian didn't stop them from kneeling and kowtowing. He said with a smile on his face, "Yes, it's Master." Xiao Ran could not help but shed tears as he stood up slowly. Lu Mingxin, who was beside him, stood up as well. "Not bad, not bad. You're almost taller than Master. You're quite handsome. Mingxin is also pretty. Both of you are quite good-looking." Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile on his face, "Master." Xiao Ran lowered his head shyly when he heard Wang Xian's compliment. "You're already so old yet you're still so shy. How did you find a girlfriend?" Wang Xian laughed out loud and his gaze landed on the woman behind them. "Huh." Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly the moment he saw Ji Fei. "Master, this is brother's friend." Lu Mingxin immediately introduced him when she saw Wang Xian's gaze. "Friend, not bad, not bad. Haha, Xiao Ran has really grown up." Wang Xian smiled and looked at Xiao Ran. Sure. You have some of my elegance." "Master, don't think too much. Ji Fei and I are just friends. Miss Ji is a famous person in our Lingxiao Palace." Xiao Ran hurriedly explained when he saw Wang Xian's gaze. As he spoke, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. "Hello, Master. My name is Ji Fei. I am Xiao Ran's friend." Ji Fei gracefully bowed to Wang Xian and said with a smile. At the same time, she was a little surprised that she didn't see through Master Xiao Ran's realm. The other party seemed to be an ordinary person. Could it be that after Master Xiao Ran died, he really became an ordinary person? Chapter 1877. 1877. Ji Fei from 1877 was stunned. "Xiao Ran, your friend is called Ji Fei?" "Haha, sure. When Wang Xian heard Xiao Ran's words and Ji Fei's self-introduction, he laughed out loud and stood up. He stood up and walked to Xiao Ran's side. Then, he patted his shoulder lightly. "Xiao Ran, are you feeling a little pressured? Only with pressure can you have motivation?" As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at Ji Fei and said, "You have to grasp hold of such a good lady." Xiao Ran was slightly taken aback. When he heard his master's words, his face turned red and filled with embarrassment. "Master, it's not what you think," he said hurriedly with a red face. "Huh, Master, have you heard of me?" However, Ji Fei, who was standing at the side, was slightly taken aback when she heard Wang Xian's words. This master of Xiao Ran seemed to have some understanding after hearing her name. How did he know about her? Even in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace, she had only become slightly more active in the past 1 to 2 years. "I've heard about it before." Wang Xian smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. He didn't hear about it before. Instead, he took out a cell phone when he heard about Xiao Ran's arrival. This cell phone belonged to the person who killed the 5th son of deity of the Ling Xiao Palace. There was some information about the Ling Xiao Palace in the cell phone. Wang Xian happened to see some of it. He also knew a little about the name of Ji Fei. In the cell phone of the son of deity, Wang Xian learned that the woman in front of him seemed to be very mysterious in the Ling Xiao Palace and had a very deep background. Now, Wang Xian didn't expect that the lady seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with his disciple. It seemed that Xiao Ran would be under a lot of pressure in the future. Ji Fei's eyes flickered when she heard Wang Xian's explanation. She didn't probe further. However, at this moment, she felt that Xiao Ran's master was a little mysterious. His strength is at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. His cultivation level is a little low. Wang Xian turned his gaze to Xiao Ran and said faintly to him, "Master, I have embarrassed you." Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly when he heard Wang Xian's words. He wanted to kneel down immediately. "Master, Xiao Ran, don't speak." Ji Fei said immediately when she saw Xiao Ran kneeling down. However, Wang Xian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "Ji Fei." Xiao Ran was half kneeling on the ground as he glared at her sternly. Ji Fei was slightly taken aback. When she recalled how Xiao Ran respected her master, she quickly shut her mouth and didn't speak anymore. If there weren't any changes on Earth, you wouldn't be able to reach the 6th level of the see-through void tier. However, now that there are changes on Earth, your strength can't keep up with the rest. You're a little weak. No matter what, you used to have the conditions and strength that others didn't have. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ran and said indifferently. Speaking of which, he wasn't very satisfied with Xiao Ran's current strength. In fact, he even thought that he was a little weak. The other heavens favorites had the peak of the see-through realm and the demigod realm. However, the disciple of the Dragon King was only at the 6th level of the see-through realm. Even though he had not been around for more than 10 years, his strength was indeed a disgrace to him. Even if he could not reach the level of the Son of Deity, he had to be a heaven's favorite. Master, Xiao Ran is incompetent. Xiao Ran lowered his head and said in embarrassment. Lu Mingxin, who was standing at the side, looked at her brother and did not dare to say anything. Ji Lingfei frowned. She was slightly dissatisfied with Wang Xian and also had some doubts. Although I've said before that I'll have to depend on myself for my future cultivation, you're my only disciple after all, even if you're just an in-name disciple. Get up, go to the roof of the villa and consume this fruit. As Wang Xian spoke, 3 fruits appeared in his palm. 1 eternal fire embryo and 2 fruits that consumed the eternal fire embryo. These were the fruits borne by a few branches of the ancestral tree. Each fruit could be said to be the most precious treasure in the world. The eternal fire embryo could transform a person's body into the physique of the fire origin. If it was placed in the entire universe, it would definitely cause gods and even stronger existences to fight for it. Consuming the womb in the womb could increase one's comprehension and spirituality. As for how much it could increase, Wang Xian had no idea. However, to be able to be on the same level as the eternal fire embryo, nirvana thunder embryo, and soul returning embryo, it must be absolutely terrifying. The moment the 3 fruits appeared, the entire world seemed to be centered around these 3 fruits. The fruits, which were filled with divinity and mysterious powers, immediately attracted Ji Lingfei's attention. Slowly, a look of horror appeared on her face. Xiao Ran, you've consumed these 2 fruits. Meng Xian, you've consumed this fruit. However, there are no people with the light attribute for the time being. When your master arrives in the future, let her teach you properly. Wang Xian passed the fruits to them and continued, go to the roof of the villa and consume it. Be careful, there's only 1 fruit. There were only 8 fruits in the entire Dragon Palace. Ao Qitian had consumed 2 fruits and gave 3 fruits to Xiao Ran and his sister. Even Wang Xian valued these fruits very much and reminded them to be careful. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Xiao Ran saw the fruit that his master passed to him. He could feel a powerful energy that he could not describe from within the fruit. He spoke to Wang Xian heavily. Lu Mingxin was the same. Go. Wang Xian waved at them. It's master. It's master. The 2 of them immediately walked to the top floor of the villa and consumed the fruit. With Ao Xingmu watching over them, nothing would happen. Miss Ji, have a seat. Qinglong, pour her a cup of tea. Wang Xian gestured to Ji Lingfei and ordered Mo Qinglong. It's the Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded and poured Ji Lingfei a cup of tea. Ji Lingfei also sat down on the sofa across from them. I won't ask about you and Xiao Ran. In the future, he should be able to match you. This is our first time meeting. As your master, I should at least give you some gifts. However, with your status, I don't know what to give you. Some heaven marrow water can help you recover quickly. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and a porcelain bottle landed in front of Ji Lingfei. Boom. However, the moment Ji Lingfei heard Wang Xian's words, she stood up immediately. She widened her eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. Her body was trembling slightly. There were very few people who could shock her so much. Don't be surprised. I don't want to know about your background and identity. Looking down at her shocked expression, she smiled faintly and gestured to the teacup in front of her. Have a cup of tea. Teacher, you. She widened her eyes and stared at Wang Xian. She addressed him as teacher from the bottom of her heart. Earlier, she addressed him as teacher because of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran addressed him as her disciple's teacher. It was impossible for her to address him as teacher. She could only address him as teacher. Now, her heart was filled with shock. This young man in front of her, Xiao Ran's teacher, had actually seen through her. He had completely seen through her identity. She, Ji Lingfei, the fallen god's one drop of blood resurrector. This was her greatest identity. Chapter 1878. 1878 Challenge 1878? Go. Everyone in the skyscraping hall knew that Ji Lingfei had a powerful background, but no one knew that she not only had a powerful background, but also her own strength. Her fall was on her way to Earth. It had taken her 2,000 years to recover to her current state. Only the gods of the skyscraping hall knew this news. No one else would know. However, this Xiao Ran's master in front of her had seen through her identity at a glance. This made her extremely shocked. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he saw the shocked look on her face. The current her was completely different from the calm and indifferent look she had earlier. The sense of superiority that she had in her heart was completely crushed by Wang Xian at this moment. A master is a master. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Huff. She took a deep breath and adjusted her state of mind. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Thank you, teacher." "No need." Wang Xian shook his head indifferently. He picked up the teacup and gestured at her. Ji Lingfei immediately picked it up and nodded with a smile. The elders wouldn't dare to refuse a toast. This Xiao Ran's master in front of her was definitely not simple. She was almost certain that even when she was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to see through this young man. Bad daddy, bad daddy. At this moment, Huar's voice came from the staircase of the villa. The little girl was wearing a Lolita outfit and ran over excitedly. Her body size had increased, and her strength had reached the first level of the demigod realm. This made her body very flexible. "Huar, Kair, slow down." Wang Xian saw them pouncing at him and stretched out his arms to hug them. "Let's go out and play. Let's go out and play." They held onto Wang Xian's arms and ran out. All right. Shall we have breakfast?" Wang Xian stood up and asked them. "We're not hungry," the two little princesses said loudly. All right. Let's go and play. Let's greet your sister first." Wang Xian held their hands and continued. "Hello, sister. It's so fun outside. Let's go and play together." Kair looked at Ji Lingfei, who was on the sofa, and greeted her with a smile. Hee, sure. Ji Lingfei's gaze was fixed on Huar and Kair. She stood up unconsciously. "Let's go play." Huar pulled Wang Xian out excitedly. "It can't be. It must be an illusion. It must be." Seeing Huar, Kair, and Wang Xian leave, she shook her head in a daze. The scene in front of her made her feel a little incredulous. She actually felt a sense of familiarity from the two little girls. This sense of familiarity was not because they were familiar with each other, but because they seemed to be in the same situation as her. She took another deep breath and walked out. However, at this moment, she also noticed the gift that Master Xiao Ran gave her. Her pupils constricted slightly. She picked up the bottle on the table and stared blankly at the heavenly marrow water inside. Heavenly marrow water can only be found in the boundless sea. Xiao Ran's master is from Earth. How could he have it? Among all the gods that descended this time, only Sea God has such a god-level treasure. At the thought of this, his body trembled, his pupils slowly dilated, and his eyes were filled with shock. Sea God had already fallen. She had long since learned of this news. However, she did not know who had killed the Sea God or who had killed him. Looking at the heavenly marrow water in her hands, Ji Lingfei already had some answers in her heart. Dragon King, suppress the world for a lifetime. At this moment, Ji Lingfei thought of Xiao Ran's evaluation of her master. Suppress the world for a lifetime? How can there be such a terrifying local figure on Earth? Her expression changed drastically. She adjusted her clothes and walked out. Standing at the entrance of the villa, she saw the two little girls playing on the swing. The little girls were exceptionally cute, just like porcelain dolls. She could tell that the bodies of the two little girls were pure and flawless, without any impurities. This feeling was very similar to her. Is it my illusion, or is it because of his existence? Ji Lingfei looked at Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, and frowned slightly. With her previous strength and her horizons, she shouldn't be so confused on this earth. However, she was completely stunned as she stood there. Who are those people in the villa? At this moment, Gu Xingkong and the rest of the 6 of them were waiting outside the villa impatiently. When they heard the voices coming from the villa's courtyard, they looked over. From the outside, he could see Wang Xianyao and the 2 children inside. FUCK, who knows who it is that wants us to stand outside? With Brother Xingkong's status, where on earth don't they have to kneel down and welcome us? A young man beside them said with a bad expression. Ever since they were refused entry outside, they didn't look too good. Dad, we want to fly in the sky, fly in the sky. After playing for a while, Kyer flew down from the swing and ran outside. Huar followed closely behind her sister and shouted out loud as well. Ever since these 2 little guys could fly in the sky and learned how to fly, they couldn't have enough fun even after flying for a long time yesterday. The 2 of them ran outside while Yao Nu immediately followed behind them. Wang Xian followed them with a smile. Ji Lingfei, who was standing at the door, didn't seem to notice that they were walking outside. At this moment, she was attracted by something again. She stared blankly at the branches on the wall of the villa and at the branches that were woven into a swing. Her expression changed as she walked towards the position of the swing. When she arrived beside the swing, she hesitated for a moment before placing her hands on it. The instant her hands touched the swing's branches, her palms felt an incomparably sharp pain. She hurriedly retracted her arms. When she saw the wound on her palms, her expression changed slightly. She was a revived god. Even if her current strength wasn't as strong as before, she was still a demigod rank 4 expert. With her physical body, she was actually stabbed by a vine. This made her extremely shocked. This vine might be a demonic beast, and its strength was absolutely terrifying. Who are you guys to Master Xiaoran? What are Xiaoran and the girl in blue doing? At this moment, she heard a voice from outside. She was slightly stunned and immediately walked over. At this moment, Wang Xian, who had just walked out with the 2 little fellows, was immediately stopped by a group of people at the entrance of the villa. This made him slightly stunned. He sized up the 3 men and 3 women in front of him. His gaze landed on Gu Xingkong in the middle. His clothes gave him a sense of familiarity. I am Xiao Ran's master. Chapter 1879. 1879, challenge number 1879, down. Wang Xian looked at the group of young men and women in front of him indifferently. From their attire, he recognized them at a glance. They were the disciples of the Ling Xiao treasured palace. Gu Xingkong and the rest were slightly stunned when they heard Wang Xian's words. They were already displeased and impatient to be asked to wait outside. When they saw someone walking out of the villa, a young man immediately walked over and stopped them. However, what they didn't expect was that the person in front of them actually said that he was Xiao Ran's master. You bunch of people, make way. Hua pouted and said with slight dissatisfaction when she saw the 6 of them blocking in front of them. Xiao Ran's master. Interesting. We never expected that Xiao Ran's master would be so young. Haha. A young man sized up Wang Xian and laughed out loud. You guys are Xiao Ran's friends? Wang Xian glanced at them and asked indifferently. That kind of trash doesn't have the right to be our friends. The long-haired young man who spoke stared at him and said indifferently. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. I heard from Xiao Ran that his master has been suppressing his entire life. I am very curious. I am the divine son of the Lingxiao treasure hall, Gu Xingkong. I want to challenge this person who has been suppressing his entire life. Gu Xingkong slowly took 2 steps towards Wang Xian. He was about 1.9 meters tall. As he looked down, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Xingkong, just reveal your name. Don't scare them into kneeling down. Haha. Furthermore, how would he dare to agree to a challenge from a nobody? He doesn't have the qualifications to fight you either. The young man who had just started speaking spoke. He sized up Wang Xian and said, "Brother Shinkong, let me do it. I am Wu Zian, a disciple of the Lingxiao Palace. This powerhouse who has suppressed his entire life. Let's spar. If not, I can let you have one hand." Haha. As Wu Zian spoke, an unbridled smile appeared on his face. Because of Ji Lingfei, they were already very displeased with Xiao Ran. They were also filled with curiosity and disdain towards Xiao Ran's master who had once suppressed them for a lifetime. If they were to humiliate Xiao Ran's master today, it would definitely be very interesting. "You guys don't have the qualifications to challenge our Dragon King." Before Wang Xian could speak, Yao Nu, who was at the side, stared coldly at Wu Zian. Her body exuded a wood attribute sharpness. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she stared at the few reckless young men and women in front of her. Challenging the Dragon King was courting death. The son of deity? He would be killed without the Dragon King's help. Huh. Yao Nu's words stunned Wu Zian. He turned around and looked at her, narrowing his eyes slightly. What a pretty lady. TSK, there's a good saying on earth, big breasts but no brains. Haha. Haha, she actually said that I'm not qualified. Then I'll have to challenge her even more. When this world-suppressing powerhouse kneels in front of me in a while, I wonder if I'm qualified. Wu Zian laughed and said loudly. He was the elite among the millions of disciples in the Lingxiao treasured palace. He was ranked in the top 50, yet he was said to be not qualified. It was really laughable. She is Yao Nu, the favored son of heaven on the prodigy roll. Her strength is at the 8th level of the insightful void tier. At this moment, another young man suddenly said in a low voice. He stared at Yao Nu with a trace of solemnity and surprise in his eyes. Favored son of heaven? Yao Nu? Wu Zian was slightly stunned when he heard his companion's words. The favored son of heaven and the others naturally knew that every favored son of heaven was a young man who had obtained a great opportunity on earth. Their strength was no weaker than the powerful disciples in the Lingxiao treasured palace. The top few existences were even comparable to divine sons. Get lost quickly. Yao Nu was not the slightest bit surprised when she heard that they recognized her identity. After all, just like divine sons, their fame as heaven's favored ones was not weak. Especially her, the heaven's favored one. Her photos were everywhere on the internet. She coldly shouted at the people from the Lingxiao treasured palace. Interesting, I didn't expect to meet a proud daughter of the heavens. Gu Shinkong looked at the corner of Yao Nu's mouth, his eyes shining. However, a proud son of the heavens at the 8th level of the see-through void tier is not enough to make us scram. The so-called proud daughter of the heavens is only on earth. Hee, I'd like to see it. Behind Gu Shinkong, a woman walked over and sized up Yao Nu. So, are you guys not going to make way? Yao Nu saw them standing there with a provocative look in their eyes. To have a favored daughter of heaven by his side, it seems like Xiao Ran's master isn't so useless. Let's spar. Gu Shinkong stared at Wang Xian and said faintly. Today, he would definitely humiliate Xiao Ran's master and embarrass him. You bunch of bad guys, get out of the way. At this moment, Hua Er, who was by the side, was a little unhappy. The little girl had her hands on her waist, and a fierce look appeared on her face. That look of hers was extremely fierce. Hee. Wang Xian looked at their arrogant expressions, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. You don't know what's good for you. At this moment, Yao Nu's palm moved, and the god-beating palm in her hand directly attacked the group of people in front of her. Wang Xian stood there and didn't move when he saw Yao Nu making her move. He just watched quietly. She actually dares to attack us. I really want to experience the strength of a heaven's favored daughter. The woman standing beside Gu Shinkong stared at Yao Nuan. With a wave of her hand, a sky-blue sharp sword appeared in her hand and met the attack head-on. Hey, don't injure her. Otherwise, Sister Ji Lingfei will blame me later. Qing, who was at the side, shouted at them helplessly when she saw them making a move. Even though she knew that the other party had a proud daughter of the heavens, she still did not think that the other party was a match for them. They knew the strength of their group. Ka. Yao Nu saw that the woman at the 8th level of the profound void martial stage was attacking her, and her eyes were filled with disdain. The god-striking sword in her hand collided with the blue sword. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of everyone around, the sky-blue sword directly collapsed. The god-slayer landed directly on the woman's arm. Ah! A scream sounded out as the woman's arm was instantly reduced to ashes. This scene caused all of them to reveal expressions of shock. Damn it! What a ruthless method! How dare you injure a disciple of the Lingxiao treasured palace? Go to hell. The expressions of Gu Xinkong and the others changed drastically. Looking at their companion's miserable state, a terrifying killing intent instantly burst forth from their bodies. Clang! Sharp swords and weapons appeared in their hands one after another, and their cold gazes locked onto Yao Nu. You bunch of bad guys are bullying big sister Yao Nu. At this moment, they saw a group of people attacking Yao Nu. Huar and Kai's small faces were slightly red, and they revealed furious expressions. At the same time, a powerful wood attribute energy began to gather within their bodies. Chapter 1880 1880 Fierce Milk and Special Hobbies. Ever since Hua Er and Kai woke up, Yao Nu had been staying close to them. From the two little girls' point of view, other than their bad daddy, Yao Nu was probably the closest person to them. When the two little girls saw the group attack Yao Nu, they were very angry. They showed fierce expressions on their faces and puffed up their little faces, expressing their abnormal anger. In their bodies, waves of powerful wood elemental energy began to gather. In their minds, the battle memories that came from the bottom of their hearts were awakened one by one. Wang Xian noticed the changes in the two little girls' bodies at the first instance. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stood there without moving. With Yao Nu's current strength, with the god-striking branch in her hand, anyone under the godly state who was hit by her vital parts would be turned into ashes. The powerful one was not Yao Nu, but the god-striking branch in her hand. God-striking branch. From these two names, one could see how powerful this branch was. It could hit any god. It could also hit any divine weapon. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The god-striking branch could land on the body of a god or a divine weapon. Currently, this god-striking branch was still a little weak. According to Wang Xian's guess, when he used it, the god with 5 wisps of divine fire would be severely injured if his vital parts were hit. The divine weapon of 5 wisps of divine fire could be destroyed directly. The branches that could be absorbed by the ancestral tree were all extraordinary. This was also the main reason why Yao Nu shattered the woman's sharp sword and arms during the battle just now. When Yao Nu saw the power of the god-slaying branch in her hand, she was also extremely shocked. However, when she saw the other 4 young men and women, including the son of deity, making a move, her expression changed slightly. However, there was not much fear on her face. Not to mention that the Dragon King was right beside her, holding the god-striking branch in his hand. Now that her cultivation had also risen to the 9th level of the profound void tier, she was full of confidence to fight across realms. Facing the divine sun, she was not afraid at all. Die for me, Brahma sword. Gu Xinkong's eyes were filled with killing intent and ruthlessness when he saw the Jade Ladies chosen heavily injuring her companion. A wide and sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword was filled with unique characters. He waved his hand, and the Brahma sword instantly grew in size. It was burning with raging flames as it headed straight for Yanwan. At the side, the other 3 men and women were also holding sharp swords as they attacked Yanwan. HMPH, you're courting death. Yao Nu held the god-striking branch in her hand. Facing the Brahma sword that was attacking her, she didn't show any fear and directly attacked. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the god-striking branch landed on the Brahma sword, the sound of it collapsing was heard again. The seemingly powerful Brahma sword immediately shattered the moment it touched the god-striking branch. What? At this moment, Gu Xinkong's expression changed drastically when he saw his sharp sword collapse. This was a weapon that he had chosen after becoming the third divine son in the treasure vault of the Lingxiao Palace. This was a demigod-level spiritual weapon. Now, it actually collapsed in an instant. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "You deserve to die." He roared loudly with a ferocious expression. This was his strongest weapon, yet it had actually collapsed. "Don't touch the weapon in her hand. Don't use your weapon to clash head-on." He roared with a gloomy expression, his body retreating backwards. At the same time, torrential flames shot towards Yanwan. The other three young men and women saw the miserable state of Gu Xingkong's weapon and hurriedly withdrew their weapons, retreating backwards as well. They released their divine abilities and launched long-range attacks. Wang. Yao Nu's expression changed slightly when she saw that the other party had directly released their divine abilities and launched long-range attacks. Her strength was, after all, at the 9th level of the profound void tier, 2 realms away from the 1st level demigod, Lone Star Sky. The other 3 men and women were not much weaker than him. She held the god-striking hand and directly supported herself in the sky. A dark green defense was formed, and divine abilities landed on it, causing it to slowly crack open. Yao Nu's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The attack landed on the ground of the villa, instantly revealing a 100-meter deep pit. If it was not for Ao Xingmu covering the wall, it would have collapsed. The aftermath of a battle at the level of a Dongshu demigod was still very terrifying. All of this was because they had restrained themselves a lot, which was why the area was so small. It's over. It's over. I can't explain this to Sister Ji Lingfei anymore. Qing Qing's expression changed slightly when she saw Gu Xingkong and the others filled with killing intent from the side. What's going on? At this moment, Ji Lingfei also walked over and looked at the group of people in the battle with an embarrassed expression. Sister Ji Lingfei, Gu Xingkong, and the others wanted to spar with Xiao Rant's master. In the end, that Jade Lady prodigy walked out and ruthlessly crippled Yun Chuan's arms. Now, she has shattered Gu Xingkong's weapon. Qing Qing saw Ji Lingfei walking over and hurriedly walked over to say, "You're courting death." Ji Lingfei's expression was somewhat ugly as she directly said, "What?" Qing Qing was slightly taken aback when she heard her words. Her face was clearly filled with shock. "You bunch of villains, bullying Sister Yao. We're angry. We want to beat you up." Right at this moment, 2 childish voices rang out at the same time. The sudden voice caused Gu Xingkong and the other 2 to be slightly taken aback as they prepared for the second round of attacks. "Brother Xingkong, kill her. Kill her. She actually crippled my arms. Kill her." However, just as the 2 childish voices fell, Yun Chuan, who had both his arms crippled by the Godslayer, let out an incomparably shrill scream. "You hurt our companions and destroyed my weapons. No one can save you today." Gu Xingkong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yao Nuan while the fire swords behind him condensed. "Die, Godslayer fire swords!" He roared, and the fire swords that seemed to be condensed from lava flew toward Yao Nu. Heaven Ice Crack. Traceless Hurricane. Many divine abilities flew toward Yao Nu. It would be very difficult for anyone below the void interpretation stage to survive such a terrifying attack. Would defend. Would bind. The instant their attacks were unleashed, 2 tender voices sounded once again. A branch appeared in front of Yao Nuan. The branches interweaved and formed a shield that was 100 meters long. Bang, bang, bang. The divine abilities landed on the shield without leaving any traces. The tender voices and the defense that appeared out of nowhere blocked their attacks, causing the expressions of Gu Xingkong and the others to change slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before they could react, hundreds of dense branches appeared from underground. The branches were twining towards them. Not good. An expert is attacking. Wu Xian's right leg was twined by the branches, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. The other 2 young men and women were also instantly bound by the branches, and their expressions were also extremely unsightly. Only Gu Xingkong managed to dodge the attack of the branches. "HMPH, you bunch of bad guys, We'll teach you a good lesson." At this moment, Hua Er and Kair walked towards the center of the battlefield. There were flowers and branches floating around them, and their entire bodies were emitting an extremely powerful aura. When they saw them appear in the center, Gu Xingkong and the others were stunned. Wu Zian also widened his eyes. Were they the ones who attacked just now? Were they the strong ones he mentioned? Chapter 1881. 1881 and 1881. Grandma was fierce and had a special hobby. How? How is this possible? Wu Zian, Gu Xingkong, and the others looked at the two little girls standing in front of them. They were dressed in an ordinary lowly outfit and had a blade of grass sticking out of their heads. They looked extremely cute. Their mouths were puffed up and their faces were slightly red. Grandma was fierce. The two little girls looked like they were at most 7 or 8 years old. But it was them who had released an attack that wrapped around them. How was this possible? They were the elites of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. In front of millions of disciples, they could also be ranked first. But now, they were actually blocked by two little girls who were 7 or 8 years old. How could they believe this? Oh my God! How is this possible? These two little girls, Qing, who was standing to the side, saw Huar and Kair. Her eyes widened as she stared at them in disbelief. They. Ji Lingfei, who was standing beside Qing, had a look of shock in her eyes. Sensing the energy in their bodies, Ji Lingfei's heart was in turmoil. They fell. They also fell. Ji Lingfei was now certain in her heart. She gulped in shock and took a deep breath. What she had encountered today was simply too shocking. "Sister, there's still one guy you haven't caught." At this moment, Huar looked at the shocked Gu Xingkong floating in the sky and tilted her head as she spoke to Kair. "I'll catch him again." Kair looked at Gu Xingkong, blinked her eyes, and waved her arm. The branches around her started to spin, and like a poisonous snake, they attacked Gu Xingkong directly. When Kair's attack came at him again, Gu Xingkong's shocked face widened again. "Roar, how can a little girl?" He growled and looked at the branches attacking him, his eyes full of disbelief. With a wave of his hand, streams of flames burned towards the branches. "Little branches, catch him." Kair saw that her branches had been burned. She pouted slightly and waved her arms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a scene that caused Gu Xingkong to feel fear appeared. On the ground, countless densely packed branches directly drilled out. Even behind him, there were countless branches that shot towards the sky. Every branch was like a poisonous snake. Boom, boom. The ground in front of the villa started to shake, and the head of an incomparably ferocious tree demon broke out from the ground. Those countless branches were its body. What is this thing? Gu Xingkong saw the monster that broke out from the ground, and his eyes widened, filled with shock. How could this little girl be so powerful? This was a damnable demigod-level attack. Destroy. His body floated in the sky. With a wave of his hands, terrifying flames descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, countless branches shot into the sky. The flames only destroyed 1/3 of the branches. Oh no! Gu Xingkong's expression changed drastically. His heart sank when he saw the branches appear behind him one after another. Hee, sister, look, didn't I catch him? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from below. Didn't I catch him? Didn't you catch me? Hearing this, Gu Xingkong's body trembled violently. He had actually lost to a little girl? A 7 or 8-year-old little girl? He was the divine son of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the third divine son. HMPH, this group of bad guys actually attacked Sister Yao. Sister, hang them up. Huar looked at the 4 people tied up by the branches and said to Kair, hang them up? Should we beat them up? Kair looked puzzled and waved her arm. The tree demon wrapped around their bodies and fell into the air. You, what are you doing? We are disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. If you hurt us, our Lingxiao Treasured Palace will not let you off. A woman shouted at Huar Kair with a panicked expression. The bad guys will be beaten. If you don't listen, you will be beaten up. Hua stretched out her arm and a long whip appeared in her hand. She swung it at the woman. Pa! The whip landed accurately on the woman's thigh, and in an instant, the woman's clothes were torn apart. Ah! At this moment, the woman was stunned, and she could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream. HMPH, go ahead and scream. The more you scream, the happier I'll be. Hua heard the woman scream, and her lips parted, revealing her dimples. Her eyes were like crescent moons. However, at this moment, Hua was like a devil in the eyes of others. Beat the bad guys, beat the bad guys. She began to mumble as the branches in her hands began to swing. Pa pa pa. Immediately after, the sound of whips hitting flesh rang out continuously. At this moment, the 4 young men and women from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace were completely dumbfounded. Stop, stop. I am the divine son of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Gu Xingkong's pupils constricted slightly when he saw his companion's miserable state. He shouted sternly when he saw the whips swinging towards him. Pa! However, a clear sound rang out. Pa pa pa. Following that, the flowers seemed to have found an interesting sound as they whipped at a fast and slow pace. This little girl was like a demon. She did not hit him lightly at all. After 2 or 3 hits, his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. The clothes of the 4 disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace were torn very quickly. They could not cover their bodies at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, I'm going to kill you. How could the 4 disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace be humiliated like this, especially Gu Xingkong? As a divine son, he was extremely powerful in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Everyone was respectful to him, but now, he was actually spanked by someone. Moreover, his clothes were directly broken. This was simply an insult to him. Most importantly, the ones who attacked were 2 little girls. They looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. Scoundrel's mouth isn't clean. Sister, use more strength. Kyer heard their words and said to Hua, Giggle, giggle. Okay. Pa, 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 pa. As the strength of the 2 girls increased, it was no longer a simple matter of flesh being torn apart. This was a serious injury. Hua did not know the severity of the injury at all. After more than 10 consecutive strikes, they were bleeding profusely. Wang Xian stood at the side and was completely stunned when he saw the 2 little girls. He wanted to see the strength of the 2 little girls, but he did not expect them to be so brutal. Whipping? What kind of hobby is this? Teacher, let your 2 daughters be gentler. If anything happens to them, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace will probably... Ji Lingfei stared at the divine son and the elite disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, who were screaming non-stop. She quickly walked to Wang Xian's side and whispered. She looked at the 2 little girls and the corner of her mouth twitched. They were simply 2 little demons. Moreover, they were extremely demonic little demons. Chapter 1882. 1882. The transformation of 1882. Clap, 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 clap. The sounds of whips were heard continuously, accompanied by the painful growls of the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. They were suspended upside down in the sky, and the whips would land on them from time to time. The 4 of them looked extremely miserable. They no longer looked like the elite disciples and divine sons of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Ji Lingfei saw their miserable state and could only helplessly walk over to Wang Xian to plead on their behalf. All right, you 2 little girls. These few people had followed Xiao Ran over after all. It was impossible for Wang Xian to kill them directly. If Hua, that little devil, continued to fight them, even if they didn't die, they would probably die soon. Wang Xian shouted at Hua speechlessly. Did this little girl have a special hobby? Hee, Daddy, let's see if I'm good. These bad guys are not my match. Hua and Kyer stopped what they were doing when they heard Wang Xian's words. They turned around and looked at Wang Xian with a smug look on their faces. It was as if they wanted Wang Xian to praise them. Awesome, awesome. Wang Xian nodded his head speechlessly. Although the 2 little girls were awesome, They had the potential of little demons, especially the special hobby of flowers. This made Wang Xian very helpless. He. The two little girls were very happy when they heard Wang Xian's compliment. They opened their arms excitedly and ran towards him, wanting to hug him. You two little girls are getting bigger and heavier. Wang Xian lifted them up and touched them with his head. We are not heavy at all. We are extremely cute and beautiful, Huar said unhappily. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Gu Xinkong and the rest, who were entangled by the tree demon, fell to the ground. Hiss! Low groans of pain could be heard. The four of them landed on the ground in a sorry state. They did not even stand up. They supported their bodies and stood up slowly with an unsightly expression. Daddy, should we lock them up and beat them up every day? At this moment, Flower, who was being held by Wang Xian, saw them standing up slowly and looking at her. Her adorable voice rang out and entered their ears. This caused Gu Xinkong and the other three to stagger and almost fall down. A hint of panic appeared in their eyes. They looked at concubine Ji Lingfei, who was standing at the side as if she was begging for mercy. Huar, you don't have to lock them up. Just beat them up if you encounter any bad guys in the future. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Huar's words. All right then, beat them up every time you see any bad guys in the future. Huar thought for a moment and nodded her head in agreement. This is a demon. A word appeared in the minds of Gu Xinkong and the other three. Their eyes were a little dazed. Let's go and play in the room. Wang Xian swept a glance at Gu Xinkong and the rest. There was no expression on his face. He carried them and returned to the villa. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can those two little fellows be so strong? Demigod level. Those two little kids are actually demigod level powerhouses. How can there be such a monstrous existence in this world? Even the peerless heavens favorites of our boundless galaxy are not this terrifying. Seeing the two little devils being carried away, Gu Xinkong and the rest heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and hurriedly used their attributes to cover their bodies. Those two imps were simply too terrifying. If they were directly whipped, who would be able to take it? Those two imps seemed to be Master Xiao Ran's daughters. Suddenly, Wu Zian thought of how the two imps addressed Master Xiao Ran, and his body trembled. Master Xiao Ran's daughter? Master Xiao Ran's daughter is already so strong. Then, at this moment, the bodies of Gu Xinkong and the others trembled once again. Just a moment ago, Gu Xinkong and the others had still wanted to challenge Xiao Ran's master and humiliate him. Now, just his two little demon daughters were already so terrifying, and they had almost killed them. Just how strong was Master Xiao Ran? Most importantly, what realm would he reach if he could nurture two daughters who were 7 or 8 years old and were at the demigod level? Gulp. The four of them gulped. They simply couldn't imagine it, and they didn't dare to imagine it either. Xiao Ran's master isn't someone you can provoke. Don't think about revenge. If there's nothing else, you can leave this place. Ji Lingfei looked at them and said indifferently. Facing the incomparably mysterious and powerful Master Xiao Ran, even she began to feel fear and dread. If they really angered Master Xiao Ran, they wouldn't even know how they died. Sister Ji Lingfei, Xiao Ran's master, how could he have such a terrifying daughter? Then his strength, wouldn't it be? Qing, who was at the side, stared at Ji Lingfei with her eyes wide open. She gulped and said, Not someone you can provoke. Ji Lingfei didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked into the villa. Hey, Sister Ji Lingfei, what should I do? Qing saw her walk in again and hurriedly called out. Qing, if you want to come with me, wait outside. If not, leave with them. Ji Lingfei said directly. Then I'll wait for you outside. Qing's face fell as she stood outside and looked at Gu Xinkong and the others. A helpless expression appeared on her face. This time, they had met a tough nut to crack. They would never have thought that there was such a terrifying existence on Earth. No, it was such a terrifying pair of imps. As for Master Xiao Ran's strength, would it be easy for him to become the father of an imp? Let's go. Gu Xingkong's expression changed as he looked inside the villa. He shivered and said to the other people with a dark expression. The other people had gloomy expressions as they followed behind the divine sun and flew toward the west. Brother Xingkong, don't tell me we're just going to let this go. The woman whose arm had been broken by Yao Nu suddenly roared in a low voice after flying several thousand meters. Her face was filled with unwillingness. Ji Fei is there. What else can we do? Do we have to let everyone know? Gu Xingkong's face changed. He clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. He didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Do we have to let everyone know that they were hung up and spanked by two 7- or 8-year-old girls, and that even their clothes were smashed? Did they still want the dignity of the son of deity and their dignity? Unless they could avenge themselves, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Fuck, what humiliation. Everyone's faces darkened as they left. Dragon King, Xiao Ran and his sister have woken up after consuming the fruit. Qi Tian is guiding them. At this moment, Ao Jian walked over from the courtyard of the villa and said to him, "Oh, so soon? I'll go and take a look." Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Ji Fei. "Let's go together." "Yes, teacher." Ji Fei immediately nodded her head respectfully and followed behind him. If the people from the soaring heavens palace saw her respectful manner, they would definitely be shocked. Chapter 1883. 1883 under 1883's transformation. Ji Fei followed Wang Xian to the bottom of the villa. She looked at the middle-aged man who was following beside her. After all, she had once cultivated to the realm of divine fire. The moment she saw the middle-aged man, she felt that this middle-aged man was a little strange. She couldn't feel any signs of life from his body. She couldn't even feel the slightest heartbeat. Under her spiritual perception, the middle-aged man was like a sword, a human weapon. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Ever since she had entered this villa, almost every item had caused her to be extremely shocked. Facing Xiao Ran's master, she became even more respectful. The other party's 2 daughters had both been resurrected by fallen gods. In front of them, she did not have the ability to be superior at all. Entering the top floor of the villa, she instantly felt that this place was like an incomparably hot furnace. It was as if there was a sun on the top floor of the villa. At the top of the villa, Xiao Ran and his sister stood there. In front of them, a demonic beast that looked like an ape stood in front of them. Beside them, there was a very special creature. It was a 1.5-meter-tall treeman with only the upper half of its body. Its branches were spread all over the place. The moment she saw the treeman, her heart trembled slightly. This was the branch that covered the entire villa. This was a plant-type demonic beast, an extremely powerful demonic beast. "How is it?" Wang Xian, who had come to the top floor of the villa, looked at Xiao Ran. His gaze swept across Xiao Ran's body. "Master, with the help of Leader Ao just now, I have advanced to the first level of the demigod level. I have directly reached the first level of the demigod level. Furthermore, I have a feeling that I will be able to achieve a breakthrough soon." Seeing Wang Xian walking over, Xiao Ran walked over with a face full of excitement and said loudly, "The main thing that the fruit has changed is your physique. It will be very easy for you to cultivate the fire attribute in the future." Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ran's body and said faintly, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness in remaking the fruit." Xiao Ran knelt on the ground with a face full of excitement. "Get up." Wang Xian sat on the sofa at the side and asked, "Ling Xiao Palace asked you to come down. What are your plans for the future?" "Master, I originally planned to go to some ancient lands to look for opportunities. I didn't expect you to return. Next, I plan to cultivate in Jiang City for a period of time and accompany you, Master." Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment and said directly, "Yes, that's fine too. Are there any demons and monsters that have entered the city to attack humans recently? You can use them to train yourself. Stay in Jiang City for a period of time. Let Qitian teach you too." Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, Master." Xiao Ran replied happily. Oh, right. Where are sect leader Ling and your master's mother's father, Tang Jichao? Can you contact them? Wang Xian asked Xiao Ran. Master, we have just separated from sect leader Ling and the rest. They are heading to the Daxing Mountains to rebuild the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. Uncle Tang Jichao is in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Xiao Ran immediately said, I will contact them immediately. Sect leader Ling and the rest will be very happy if they know that you are still alive. Let's contact them. Wang Xian nodded. The Guan family and the Lan family had already been sent to the Transcendence continent. There were also Yinshuan's father and Feng Lingtian's father. After settling down, the group of girls calmed down. Yes, master. Xiao Ran replied. Daddy, Dad, we're hungry. In less than 10 minutes, the voices of the two little girls were heard. They're here. They're here. Wang Xian walked over helplessly with a smile on his face. You guys can stay here and play, he said to Xiao Ran and the rest and walked downstairs. Xiao Ran, congratulations. Ji Fei saw Wang Xian leaving and immediately walked to Xiao Ran's side. She sensed his strength and her eyes sparkled. With your strength, you're not any weaker than the other divine sons. Moreover, you seem to have some powerful physique. She sized up Xiao Ran and felt the enormous fire attribute energy in his body. She was happy for him in her heart. Yes, I feel that my sense of fire attribute energy has increased by dozens of times. Moreover, as long as I have enough energy, my strength can be raised to a terrifying level. Xiao Ran said with a fiery gaze. Brother, now that Master is here, you don't have to worry about being worthy of Sister Ji Fei, right? At this moment, Lu Mingxin suddenly said. Mingxin, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Ran's face instantly turned red. He glared at his sister and pretended to be fierce. Xiao Ran's master is very powerful. To have such a master is indeed your fortune, Xiao Ran. Ji Fei's eyes sparkled. It was very interesting to see the shy Xiao Ran, so she said with a smile, Yes, it's all because of Master that I was able to reach this stage. In the future, I can't lose face for Master. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a firm gaze, In the territory of our Heaven Palm sect, there are no noble families and aristocrats. All living things are equal. Those who have the strength and qualifications to join our Heaven Palm sect are the noble families and aristocrats. Everything else is just petty. Today, our Sky Palm sect has established the Sky Palm Academy in Jiang City. Those who pass the test can enter our Sky Palm Academy. The elites of the Sky Palm Academy can join our Sky Palm sect. Our Sky Palm Academy has entered and is guarding the safety of Jiang City. Everyone in Jiang City must listen to our orders. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded throughout Jiang City. The millions of people in River City heard it clearly. At the top of the villa, Xiao Ran, Ji Fei, and the others were slightly stunned. They looked toward the center of River City. It seems that some disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace have begun to establish their own forces. Xiao Ran looked over, and his face revealed a thoughtful expression. The Heaven Palm sect seems to have been established by the fourth son of God, Zhou Tian, and 2 experts on the God Ascension list. Now, establishing a force on Earth is a very good choice. Perhaps, with a great opportunity, you will be able to obtain a supreme treasure and become a god. Ji Fei said slightly from the side. Lu Mingxin nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Ran, there's no need for you. With your master around, your future won't be any worse than mine. Ji Fei stared at Xiao Ran with a face full of smiles and said. She also sensed the increase in Xiao Ran's strength and the changes in his body. Although she did not know the details of the changes in Xiao Ran's physique, she could still feel the strength of his physique. Things like physique were also unusually rare for godly state experts. The current Xiao Ran was also worthy of her in the future. I can't rely on my master for everything. Xiao Ran's eyes flickered with a luster, and traces of ambition slowly grew. In the past, he had relied on his master to become the #1 expert under the Dragon Palace on Earth. After his master left, he was only an ordinary disciple in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Now that his master had returned, It gave him a great opportunity and allowed him to have strength comparable to a divine son. However, he could not completely rely on his master. He had to prove himself. Chapter 1884. 1884, Xiao Ran's Dragon Gate 1. Huh, brother, what do you want to do? On the roof of the villa, Lu Mingxin looked at her brother's strange expression. As her younger sister who had lived together for more than 20 years, she naturally knew her brother very well. I want to make a difference. Even if I can't be like Master, I want to shine on this planet. Xiao Ran's eyes revealed a firm expression. He had the fortune that no one else had, and he had a powerful and invincible master. Under such circumstances, he could no longer make any achievements. He, Xiao Ran, was too incompetent. Oh, I do support Xiao Ran in establishing his own faction. Moreover, with your strength, you can compete with a group of divine sons and heaven's favorites. Ji Lingfei's eyes lit up as she spoke in agreement to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was slightly silent, and his heart was also slightly excited. This was a bright era. The divine sons and heaven's favorites competed for glory. Everyone had the chance to become gods and become ancestors. Standing at the peak of this era, he, Xiao Ran, was not weaker than others. If you want to establish a faction, you need to have your own people now. This may require you to display some of your strength and make people come over to join you. You can also recruit some of the elite experts on Earth. Many of the elite experts on Earth are not weaker than the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, especially those heaven's favorites. Moreover, when the time comes, I will also join your faction. I will help you. Ji Lingfei stood there and said to him with a smile on her face, "This is just my idea. I still have to consider the specifics." Xiao Ran looked at Ji Lingfei and smiled at her. "Hee, the three of us as a family can do anything well." Lu Mingxin looked at her brother and Ji Lingfei. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she grabbed their hands. Ji Lingfei held them with a face full of smiles. Apart from Xiao Ran's slightly red face, there was also some anticipation in his eyes. In the past, he could not match up to Ji Lingfei in terms of both strength and background. But now, his master had returned, giving him great confidence. I need to inform sect leader Ling and Uncle Tang first. Xiao Ran thought of his master's matter and immediately took out his phone to contact the two. When they heard the news, excitement appeared on their faces. Sect leader Ling only had one son, and Tang Zhiqiao only had one daughter. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years, and they had missed each other for a long time. Master, I have already informed sect leader Ling and Uncle Tang. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to arrive by this evening. The three of them walked to the hall on the first floor of the villa. Xiao Ran walked over and said, "Oh, have you contacted them? That's good. If you are staying here temporarily, tell Qinglong to get someone to build a house around here." Wang Xian nodded and instructed Xiao Ran. "Yes, Master." Xiao Ran nodded and asked, "Master, where are the other disciples of the Dragon Gate?" "Them. They should have moved to this area. I have already disbanded the Dragon Gate. Many of them are already married and have children. We can't let them fight and kill anymore." Wang Xian smiled. He had already informed the demonic green dragon to have the group of draconids move to the nearby area. It was not easy to build a room now. It would be completed in a few days. They should be coming to the area in the next few days. The Dragon Gate has disbanded? Xiao Ran looked thoughtful when he heard Wang Xian's words. "Have you guys eaten? If not, come and eat something." Wang Xian looked at the two little girls who were eating at the table and said to Xiao Ran and the rest, "There's no need, Master. We had already eaten when we came." Xiao Ran shook his head. "Tell me about Earth after I left." Wang Xian nodded and gestured for them to sit down before he spoke to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran immediately told him about what happened on Earth after he left. Time passed slowly, and they chatted for 4 to 5 hours. Dragon King. In the afternoon, sect leader Ling Xiao and Tang Yinchuan's father, Tang Zhiqiao, arrived one after another. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." They heaved a heavy sigh of relief when they heard Wang Xian say that Windling Tian, Tang Yinxian, and the rest were safe and sound. Sect leader Ling, father-in-law, Yinxian, Windling Tian, and the rest were unable to come because of their cultivation. Why don't you guys go over and visit them? Wang Xian said to sect leader Ling and Tang Jichao. Little Xian, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I want to visit Yinxian. Tang Jichao immediately replied. After he finished speaking, he looked at sect leader Ling. Sect leader Ling was a little hesitant. It's not that I don't want to see Ling Tian and the rest, but I still have a bunch of subordinates following me. I was planning to establish the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect again. Sect leader, why don't you hand over the sect brothers to me? At this moment, Xiao Ran, who was standing at the side, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao Ran? You want to establish a faction? Sect leader Ling was slightly stunned as he looked at Xiao Ran in astonishment. I have this plan, but it hasn't been decided yet. Xiao Ran nodded. Sect leader Ling pondered for a moment before looking at Jiling Fei, who was beside Xiao Ran. All right, to be honest, with the strength of a few hundred of us, even if we rebuild the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, it would only be a nameless small sect. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of you laughing at us, Xiao Ran. We occupied a mountain peak in the Daxing Mountains, but in the end, we were chased away. Now that your strength has increased, you still have Miss Ji to help you. It's much better for them to follow you than to follow me. Sect leader Ling decided and immediately stood up. I'll talk to my brothers outside. Yes, sect, I'll go with you. Xiao Ran stood up and followed sect leader Ling out. When the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect joined the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace, other than the other teams in the middle, there were still over 200 people who were accepted as disciples by the experts of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. Most of these 200 people were at the peak of the 9th rank and the 9th rank. There were only 20 or so people at the Profound Void Realm. This strength was considered relatively weak in the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. However, on Earth, every one of them was a pretty good expert. Qi Yan, take them back to the Dragon Palace and let Prime Minister Gue take good care of them. The disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect did not have much objection to following Xiao Ran. After all, Xiao Ran was also a disciple of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect in the past, and was once the strongest person in the sect. After settling the matter, Wang Xian asked Ao Qitian to bring sect leader Ling, Tang Jichao, and the rest to the Transcendence Continent. At this point, apart from Ajaya, the matter with the girls had been settled. Everyone in Jiang City who is above level 7 of Transcendence, come to the entrance of the Song Group building within 10 minutes. The Heaven's Palm sect has something to announce. In the evening, just as Ao Qitian left with sect leader Ling and the rest, a voice resounded across the entire Jiang City once again. This made Wang Xian slightly stunned. This voice sounded once in the afternoon. This was the second time. Chapter 1885. 1885 Dragon Gate 2, 1885. What happened? In the villa, Wang Xian asked Mo Qinglong who was beside him. Dragon King, they are some powerhouses from the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. They have established a Heaven Palm Academy in Jiang City. They should announce their strength at noon today. Why did they gather all the people in the city who are above Transcendent Level 7 this time? Mo Qinglong, who was standing at the side, also spoke with a half-understanding tone. Heaven Palm Academy? Then let's go and take a look. There's nothing to do here anyway. Wang Xian stood up and said to Mo Qinglong. Since there was nothing to do in the villa, he still had to go and take a look at Jiang City after such a major incident. It's the Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded. Master, let's go and take a look as well. The one who established the Heaven Palm sect is Zhou Tian, the fourth son of deity on the God Ascension board, and 2 powerhouses on the God Ascension board. Zhou Tian has the strength of a level 1 demigod. The other 2 powerhouses on the God Ascension list are stronger. One of them is a level 3 demigod while the other one is a level 4 demigod. There should be some other demigod powerhouses. Xiao Ran also heard this voice. When he saw that Wang Xian wanted to go over and take a look, he immediately said, Okay. Wang Xian nodded and walked out of the villa. Hua Er, Kai Er, let's go. Daddy will bring you guys out to play. Wang Xian shouted at the two little guys who were playing on the slide formed by the branches of the villa. Let's go out to play. Kiki, Daddy, catch me. Huayer immediately revealed an excited expression. Kaier slid down from the top of the villa. Huayer, the little girl, jumped down mischievously and stretched out her arms for Wang Xian to catch her. Wang Xian had a deep understanding of Huayer's mischievousness the moment she whipped him. He stretched out his hand helplessly and caught the little girl. He placed her on the ground and held one in each hand. Let's go, Wang Xian said as he walked towards the center of Jiang City. Dragon King, let's go and take a look too. Let's go, let's go. I'm really envious of those powerful divine sons and powerhouses on the God Ascension board. With their strength, they can occupy a city and recruit disciples. In the courtyard, a group of disciples who followed sect leader Ling gathered in the courtyard of the villa. When they saw Wang Xian and the rest coming out, they immediately shouted respectfully in unison and followed closely behind. The group of people walked towards the center of the city outside. Quick, quick, the Heaven Palm sect has moved into our Jiang City and established the Heaven Palm Academy. In the future, the entire Jiang City will respect them. Let's hurry over. I wonder what they have to announce and gather all the powerhouses in the city. Who knows? In the past 2 days, the few million disciples of the precious palace of skyscraping have occupied the divine mountains and ancient lands in various cities. They have established sects, and academies to develop their own forces. I guess they are trying to recruit some people. Along the way, one by one, they rushed to the center of the city. The sounds of conversation entered their ears. Wang Xian and the rest were not in a hurry. He just wanted to see what the powerhouses of the Heaven Palm sect had to announce. When they rushed over, they realized that there were already hundreds of thousands of people gathered in front of the Song Group building. There were only a few thousand people in the center. These few thousand people were people whose strength had reached at least level 7 of the supernatural realm in Jiang City. More than 1,000 people stood in the center, led by the Song family. Hundreds of thousands of people came to watch the show. In the sky in front of the Song Corporation building, a group of more than 100 people floated in the sky. The leader was a young man in golden clothing. The young man wore a crown, and on the crown, there were 2 words, in control of the sky. The young man had an imposing bearing, and the corners of his head were lofty. He was like a shooting star in the night sky, very eye-catching. I didn't expect the 4th son of deity to come to our Jiang City in person. Son of deity of Zhou Tian. The aura from him is so powerful. When they came to the front, Wang Xian and the rest heard the whispers around them. They did not go to the center but stood in the crowd behind them. 10 minutes have passed. I believe everyone knows my name. I am Zhou Tian, son of deity of the Lingshao Treasured Palace. At this moment, Zhou Tian, who was floating in the center, raised his head slightly and swept his gaze over the thousands of people in the center. I established the Heaven Palm sect with 2 experts on the God Sealing role. Now, I am stationed in Jiang City to establish the Heaven Palm Academy. From now on, I am the king of Jiang City. Do you have any objections? He looked down at the thousands of Jiang City experts and asked indifferently. No objections. Zhou Tian's divine son, we have no objections at all. In the center, everyone heard his words and immediately replied. With Zhou Tian's strength, he was completely invincible in Jiang City. They had no time to curry favor with him, so how could they object? The Song family members standing at the very front raised their brows slightly when they heard his words, but they didn't say anything. If you don't object, then our Heaven Palm sect will set the rules. Now, you should know that with the appearance of the dark ancient land, evil spirits and monsters will run rampant. Jiang City may soon fall into a crisis. Our Heaven's Palm sect will be stationed in Jiang City, so naturally, we will protect the safety of this city. We will select a group of Heaven's Palm Academy security guards from among you to be responsible for protecting the safety of the academy and the city. Those who join our Heaven's Palm Academy will become Jiang City's aristocrats and will receive the protection of our Heaven's Palm sect. Zhou Tian set the rules high and mighty. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, the thousands of people in the center looked pensive and hesitant. Being the security guard of the Sky Palm Academy had its pros and cons. This made many people look hesitant. The Sky Palm Academy will be led by the Song family. It will be established in half a month. At that time, we will recruit elite disciples to join. Zhou Tian stood there and continued to speak, his tone filled with an unquestionable tone. He wasn't seeking the opinions of the others, but was giving orders. When I become a god and become the ancestor, you will all be my living beings, and you will be honored for me. Zhou Tian waved his arms, and streams of golden light shot out from his body, his face filled with pride. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. In the center, the experts of Jiang City held their breaths and immediately lowered their heads. Everyone around trembled slightly under this aura and bowed. Are all divine sons so arrogant, becoming gods and ancestors? The king of Jiang City? Wang Xian looked at Zhou Tian in the sky and shook his head in amusement. Young man, quickly lower your head. If you have the ability, you can do it too. On Earth now, the strong are the most respected. If you are seen by the Son of Deity, he will kill you with a wave of his hand. Wang Xian's words were heard by the middle-aged man. He glanced at him and said immediately, he is not qualified to be the king of Jiang City. As soon as the middle-aged man finished his sentence, Xiao Ran's voice came from the side. He is not qualified. Could it be that this kid is qualified? The middle-aged man sneered when he heard Xiao Ran's words. Master, I want to establish a force. Xiao Ran ignored the middle-aged man and looked at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with ambition and arrogance. The path of cultivation was a struggle with the heavens. Someone dared to claim the title of king in Jiang City. Xiao Ran felt that he didn't have the qualifications yet. Son of Deity, what's the harm? Chapter 1886. 1886, Xiao Ran's Dragon Gate 3. So what if he was the son of deity? Xiao Ran's personality was similar to Wang Xian's. If no one provoked them, they would not take the initiative to provoke others. He had the idea of establishing a force, but this idea was just a fledgling and was not completely certain. Now, when he saw the Zhou Tian son of deity floating proudly in the sky in front of them, looking down at all of them and saying that he wanted to be the king, Xiao Ran's eyes turned cold. A cold look appeared in his eyes. In the eyes of Xiao Ran, he didn't have the qualifications to be the king of Jiang City. His master had disbanded the Dragon Gate and didn't want to interfere in anything. However, this didn't mean that there were no tigers or monkeys in the mountains who could be the king. The king of Jiang City wasn't something that anyone could do just because they wanted to. Oh. When Wang Xian heard Xiao Ran's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. You want to establish a force? Sure. He smiled at Xiao Ran and said immediately, Master, I want to establish an academy. Not only can I establish my own force, but I can also nurture some strong people. Since the Dragon Gate has been disbanded, I will establish a Dragon Gate Academy. Xiao Ran said to him while his eyes flashed with a fiery glow. Up to you. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. If you want to establish your own academy, I won't help you. You can handle some matters yourself. As he spoke, he looked at the son of deity of Zhou Tian, who was floating in the air in front of him. There was no expression on his face. If Xiao Ran wanted to establish the Longmen Academy in Jiang City, he had to get rid of this son of deity in front of him first. Xiao Ran, I support you. You can be the headmaster of the academy, and I can be the deputy headmaster. Hee. Ji Fei, who was at the side, heard their conversation. Her eyes flickered with interest as she immediately said, Big brother, I support you too. Lu Mingxin also clenched her fists at Xiao Ran, expressing her support for him. Behind them, the former disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect also nodded in agreement. Good. Xiao Ran looked at them and nodded heavily. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Tian, who was floating in the sky with full of fighting spirit. In 10 days, our Heaven Palm sect will hold the sect establishing ceremony. At that time, all of you experts from Jiang City will come to watch. At this moment, Zhou Tian's voice sounded again. He was still extremely powerful and ordered a group of experts above the 7th rank to attend the sect-establishing ceremony. Your Heaven Palm sect is not qualified to be the king of Jiang City. The king of Jiang City is not you either. Young man, you really? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone around to be slightly stunned. The middle-aged man who spoke beside Wang Xian opened his mouth slightly and revealed a shocked expression. He stared at Xiao Ran with a face full of shock. His eyes were also wide open. Huh. Xiao Ran's sudden words caused everyone around to be slightly stunned. They quickly looked over with a face full of shock. There was actually someone who dared to openly fight against the son of deity of the Lingxiao treasured palace. This was an extremely powerful son of deity. Who is he? Who is this young man? He actually dared to fight against the 4th-ranked son of deity of the Lingxiao treasured palace? Everyone around was shocked when they saw Xiao Ran. Who dared to fight against the divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace? Zhou Tian's expression turned cold when he saw Xiao Ran. His ice-cold gaze locked onto Xiao Ran. If I remember correctly, you seem to be that Xiao Ran. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flickered in them. If I'm not qualified to be the king of Jiang City, then you, trash, are even less qualified. Zhou Tian smiled eerily. He had some impression of Xiao Ran in the past, but now, he had completely forgotten about this small figure. Boom boom. At this moment, the 100+ experts of the Lingxiao treasured palace behind him all looked at Xiao Ran in unison. Their auras locked onto him. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of our sight. A middle-aged man stared at Xiao Ran and said emotionlessly, although the Lingxiao treasured palace forbade its disciples from killing each other, as long as no one died and the enforcers of the Lingxiao treasured palace, the heavenly soldiers and generals, didn't know about it, everything would be fine. The prohibition was only on the surface. That young man? At this moment, at the front of the center, the people of the Song family saw Xiao Ran and Wang Xian standing behind him. They were slightly stunned. That's the disciple of the Dragon King. Old Qin and Old Shui said in a low voice. From the beginning to the end, there was only one king in Jiang City, and that was the Dragon King. As the disciple of the Dragon King, Xiao Ran has the right to say that. Old Song's eyes sparkled. He looked at Xiao Ran and said with a smile on his face, What's going on? What's going on in the Song family? The Dragon King? The disciple of the Dragon King? When Elder Song's voice rang out, everyone was slightly shocked. Some people were in a daze. The Dragon King? This name was the only king in Jiang City back then. However, they did not expect that the young man was the Dragon King's disciple. And the Song family was actually speaking up for the Dragon King's disciple. A disciple inheriting the master's position is indeed not bad. Ji Lingfei slowly walked out and came to Xiao Ran's side, staring at Zhou Tian. Haha, that's right. In Jiang City, who doesn't know about the Dragon King? Even if the Dragon King doesn't become king, only the Dragon King's disciple is qualified. The former disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect walked out one by one, and more than 200 people walked behind Xiao Ran. What? There are so many people around the disciple of the Dragon King? Are they fighting for territory? At this moment, all the people in the surrounding river city looked at Xiao Ran and his group of experts in astonishment. The Song family openly supported the appearance of the disciple of the Dragon King. They swallowed their saliva in surprise and stared blankly at the side. Concubine Ji Lingfei. Zhou Tian was slightly stunned when he saw concubine Ji Lingfei's appearance, and then his face darkened. He slowly looked down with a murderous look on his face. Ji Lingfei, are you going to make an enemy out of our Heaven Palm sect? His eyes flickered as he stared at Ji Lingfei. So what? Ji Lingfei smiled faintly. Song family, are you going to rebel? Zhou Tian's gaze turned colder and colder when he heard Ji Lingfei's words, and he looked down at the Song family members. Your Heaven Palm sect is not the royal family. Why are you rebelling? And you are too powerful. Do you really treat us as your subjects? Besides, your strength is not enough to drive us. Elder Song said indifferently. As he spoke, He walked directly toward Xiao Ran's position. The members of the Song family immediately followed him. The members of the Shui and Qin families did not hesitate at all and followed him indifferently. Hiss, this scene is so familiar. The Dragon King used to be accompanied by all the major families in Jiang City. Now, the disciple of the Dragon King still has the support of all the major families in Jiang City. Some of the elders around saw this scene and murmured in a daze. More than 10 years ago, the Dragon King was the king of Jiang City. More than 10 years later, his disciple wanted to succeed him. Chapter 1887 1887, Xiao Ran's Dragon Gate 4. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Xiao Ran led a group of people and faced Zhou Tian's group from afar. The surrounding atmosphere began to freeze. Zhou Tian and the group of disciples from the soaring heavens treasured palace behind him revealed gloomy expressions, especially when they saw the larger clans of Jiang City standing directly behind Xiao Ran. Their expressions were incomparably ugly. On ancient Earth, if you stand in the wrong position, your entire family will be executed. Do you know that? Zhou Tian stared coldly at the Song, Shui, and Qin families. The killing intent in his tone was not concealed at all. Xiao Ran, are you sure you want to provoke my Heaven Palm sect? Don't think that with Ji Lingfei around, we won't dare to do anything to you. He swept a sinister glance at Xiao Ran and the others as he threatened. Ha, Zhou Tian, since I dare to fight with you for River City, do you think that I'm afraid of you? Xiao Ran laughed loudly when he heard his threat. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing flame started to rise in the sky above him, enveloping the entire sky in flames. Boom! Sensing Xiao Ran's aura, Zhou Tian's pupils constricted slightly, and the aura on his body trembled as well. A streak of golden light rushed over from behind him and similarly covered another part of the sky. The powerful aura of the two enveloped the entire Jiang City. First-level demigod? When did you advance to first-level demigod? Zhou Tian's gaze was fixed on Xiao Ran as he roared in a low voice. You don't need to know. Xiao Ran's body slowly floated into the sky, facing Zhou Tian and Xiao Ran from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Just you alone want to make an enemy out of our entire Heaven Palm sect. The auras of the middle-aged young men behind Zhou Tian also trembled as waves of profound void stage experts' auras were released. Haha, of course, there are also some clans in our River City. Back then, even someone as powerful as the Dragon King, who had suppressed us for an entire lifetime, did not order us around like this. You want to order us around just because of a newly established sect? Elder Song's aura was also completely released. An aura that belonged to a peak stage profound void martial artist soared into the sky. At the same time, his granddaughter, Song Hanshuang, also erupted with the strength of a peak stage profound void martial artist. Behind him, Song Hanyu's strength wasn't weak either. What? How is this possible? The Song family actually concealed their strength. Elder Song and that girl from the Song family are actually so powerful. Oh my god, Song Hanyu isn't the strongest in the Song family. The Song family actually concealed their strength so deeply. Doesn't the other girl from the Song family have strength comparable to a chosen divine son? When the Song family's strength completely erupted, everyone in Jiang City was shocked. They stared at the Song family in disbelief. This strength could be ranked in the top 5 on Earth before the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace arrived. This, a small Jiang City, actually has such a powerful family. The expressions of the profound void martial experts behind Zhou Tian changed slightly, and a trace of solemnity appeared on their faces. Zhou Tian, Jiang City belongs to us. Ji Lingfei raised her head slightly and said to Zhou Tian with a smile on her face. The strength that they had displayed now could already cause Zhou Tian to be fearful. It could even cause the entire Heaven Palm sect to be fearful. Even if it was a faction established by the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace, it could be ranked among the top. Good. I really didn't expect that there would be such a strong person in such a small Jiang City. Zhou Tian's expression was extremely gloomy when he saw the strength that Xiao Ran and the Song family had displayed. Jiang City was only a small city. It was not in line with the development of the Heaven's Palm sect to provoke such a strong enemy for the sake of a small Jiang City. This time, I'll remember it, Xiao Ran. We have plenty of time in the future. Zhou Tian clenched his fists. Let's go. He growled with a sullen face and turned to fly into the distance. Fourth divine son of the god Ascension list, don't be so anxious. I, Xiao Ran, still want to challenge you. Just as Zhou Tian turned around, Xiao Ran's voice sounded. Xiao Ran's body moved and flew several thousand meters into the sky, staring down at Zhou Tian from above. Come and fight. His face was full of fighting spirit as he roared. Ha ha, ha ha ha, Xiao Ran, do you want to defeat me and become famous in one battle? I admit that it's not bad that your cultivation base has reached the first level of the demigod rank, but you're challenging me. Zhou Tian suddenly turned around, and numerous sharp swords floated around him. Under his feet, a huge golden sword that was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide appeared. The huge sword was emitting a dazzling sharpness. From afar, one could feel an incomparably powerful sharpness. Haha, fight. Xiao Ran looked at Zhou Tian turning around and laughed out loud as well. He raised both his hands, and a flaming mountain peak appeared in the sky above him. The flaming mountain peak that was 20 to 30 kilometers tall appeared out of thin air. Everyone within a radius of a few hundred kilometers could see it clearly. Today, I will teach you a good lesson and let you know the strength of my Zhou Tian. When Zhou Tian saw the incomparably huge flaming mountain peak, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Slash! He let out a soft cry, and the 10-meter-long sword beneath him charged forward. With a terrifying speed, it turned into a length of 10,000 meters. A golden light streaked across the sky. Fire Sky Peak. Xiao Ran raised the incomparably huge fire mountain peak with both hands, smashing it towards the golden long sword. At the same time, he grabbed at the air, and clusters of fire clouds appeared in the air in front of him. With a wave of his arm, they instantly covered the entire sky. Bang! The Fire Sky Peak collided with the sharp sword, and the entire Fire Sky Peak directly exploded. The 10,000-meter-long sharp sword also dissipated in the explosion. What a fast rate of flame release! Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the fire cloud attack. He swept a glance at the exploding fiery peak, and with a wave of his hand, a golden dart appeared in his hand. The dart was the size of a palm, and it was emitting a terrifying light. 0-point edge. He waved his arm, and the dart brought with it a bright light as it directly attacked the fire clouds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dart pierced through the fire clouds and continued to attack Xiao Ran. Control, fire meteorite. Seeing the dart attacking him, Xiao Ran's expression did not change at all. He waved his hands, and the fire mountain that had exploded in the air earlier turned into meteorites. The flaming meteorites that had affected an area of dozens of kilometers swept across the sky. Damn it, what kind of control is this? He can actually wave an attack that has been scattered. Seeing the countless flaming meteorites heading toward him, his pupils constricted slightly, and his expression slowly became unsightly. This is a battle between demigods? Hiss, the Dragon King's disciple is so strong. He can actually fight against the son of deity. This is too terrifying. With such destructive power, it's too easy for a demigod to destroy an entire city. Below, everyone in Jiang City was watching the battle in the sky with a look of shock on their faces. A battle between demigods was terrifying. Wang Xian stood below, holding the hands of the two girls as he watched indifferently. It had been more than 10 years. It was not bad for his disciple to inherit his position in Jiang City. This was once his starting point. Hopefully, it was also Xiao Ran's starting point today. Chapter 1888. 1888, Xiao Ran's Dragon Gate 5. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky above Jiang City, Countless fire meteorites streaked across the sky, leaving a huge trail as they smashed towards Zhou Tian. At this moment, Zhou Tian's entire body was emitting an incomparably dazzling golden light. Every light could easily pierce through the fire meteorites. He was like a golden god of war shining in the sky, directly attacking Xiaoran. Flame, Tathagata. Xiaoran's expression did not change as he looked at Zhou Tian, who was rapidly attacking him. He slowly raised his hand. Boom! A towering figure appeared behind him. The shadow formed by flames was like the Tathagata Buddha in the myths and novels. The gigantic figure, which was at least 100,000 meters tall, slowly raised its palm and slapped towards Zhou Tian. Damn it! Every attack is a large-scale attack. Does he have an endless supply of spiritual energy? Zhou Tian's face darkened when he saw the gigantic palm that almost covered the sky. Dharma idol, Ling Xiao flying knife slash. With a gloomy face, he roared and his body was instantly covered by a golden flying knife that was thousands of meters in size. He waved his arm, and the golden flying knives that surrounded him immediately turned into palm-sized blades that pierced towards the flaming palm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless terrifying blades directly pierced through the palm and attacked Xiaoran's body. Buzz. When Xiaoran saw Zhou Tian using his Dharma idol, his expression froze as he slowly waved his left palm. The flame Tathagata behind him once again extended his palm and swung it toward the countless flying knives. At the same time, he withdrew his right palm and slowly extended it. Following this action, the flame Tathagata behind him shrunk in size. The shattered right palm gathered together and continued to attack Zhou Tian as Xiaoran swung it. Two incomparably huge palms once again attacked Zhou Tian. However, this wasn't the end. He continued to wave his palms. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms, 10 palms. 10 enormous flaming palms shot toward Zhou Tian one after another. How is this possible? How can a level 1 demigod be able to control flames like this? Zhou Tian's expression changed dramatically as he watched the terrifying palms coming toward him one after another. I can't take it head-on. Zhou Tian's body moved, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Fire chains. Xiaoran saw that Zhou Tian wanted to dodge, and his right leg shook lightly. Wong. A fire cloud appeared under his feet and spread towards his surroundings. Walala. Following that, under everyone's shocked gazes, fire cloud chains extended out from the fire cloud. The chains directly headed toward Zhou Tian to seal him. Damn it, damn it. How can he be so strong? How can he hide for so long? Zhou Tian's expression darkened when he saw the chains that were more than 10 kilometers long heading toward him. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes. He was the divine son ranked 4th in the Lingxiao treasured palace. Now, he had actually lost to the unknown Xiaoran. With your strength, why don't you get on the God Ascension list? Why don't you become a divine son? Zhou Tian shouted at Xiaoran with an embarrassed expression. Getting on the God Ascension list and becoming a divine son had enormous benefits. Status was secondary. Resources could be obtained in many ways. So what if I'm not a divine son and won't get on the God Ascension list if I defeat you? Xiaoran waved his arm, and countless chains covered the sky. In the sky, those huge palms also covered him. The sky and the earth were completely sealed. Xiaoran's control over the flames is terrifying. He can control the flames so well without releasing his Dharma idol. What kind of physique does he have? He's so abnormal. Everyone in River City watched the battle from below, their faces filled with shock. Jilingfei looked at Xiaoran's attacks one after another, and she was also slightly shocked. After Xiaoran consumed the fruit given by his master, he became much stronger, especially his control over the flames. This was completely crushing existences of the same level. Unfortunately, she did not know much about the physique. She did not know that Xiaoran's current physique was the strongest physique with the fire attribute in the universe, the origin of fire. So strong. That Dragon King's disciple is so powerful. He can actually suppress the Divine Sun and fight all the time, as expected of the Dragon King's disciple. The people from Jiang City below were also looking at the battle in the sky in shock. Walala! The loud sound of the flame chains in the sky spread across the entire Jiang City sky, completely sealing Zhou Tian. Ling Xiao flying knife chop, chop for me. Zhou Tian's expression was extremely ugly. With a furious roar, he transformed into a flying knife and slashed towards the chains. Crack, crack, crack. The chains broke one by one, but his speed was still a little slower. In the sky, a palm gradually descended. More than 10 incomparably huge palms covered Zhou Tian in succession. Pooh! He spat out fresh blood, and a cloth strip appeared on his body. On the strip of cloth, the 3 words God Ascension roll flickered with a luster, and helped him block more than half of the attacks. However, even so, as the palms fell one by one, Zhou Tian still spat out blood, and his body fell downwards. Zhou Tian, you've lost. Xiao Ran floated in the air, staring at him without the slightest fluctuation in his expression as he said condescendingly, I lost? When Zhou Tian heard this, he raised his head and looked up at Xiao Ran. His expression changed drastically. His extremely miserable body was filled with black burn marks. Let's go. Zhou Tian glared fiercely at Xiao Ran and growled in a low voice. Then, he turned around and left. Go. The rest of the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace who followed Zhou Tian looked at Xiao Ran in surprise. Then, they turned around and left. Xiao Ran looked at their departing figures, and a smile appeared on his face. His body moved, and he arrived in the sky in front of the Song clan group. He looked down at everyone in Jiang City. He took a deep breath as a trace of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. Today, I, Xiao Ran, will establish the Dragon Gate Academy in Jiang City. Those with talent can enter the academy to cultivate. In the future, the Dragon Gate Academy will guard Jiang City's safety and enter the Dragon Gate Academy as a student of the Dragon Gate Academy. I will light the divine fire together with you. Xiao Ran's voice resounded in everyone's mind. I will discuss the specific matters of the Dragon Gate Academy with the various families in Jiang City. He spoke slowly without much arrogance. However, when he defeated the 4th son of deity from the Ling Xiao Palace, everyone knew that he had the ability to do so. Even if he didn't say that he was the king of Jiang City, in everyone's heart, they had already tacitly acknowledged him. Dragon Gate Academy? Below, Wang Xian listened to the forces established by Xiao Ran. He mumbled and smiled faintly. Chapter 1889. 1889 Demonic Invasion. The Dragon King's disciple has returned. Dragon Gate Academy? It really reminds people of the Dragon King from more than 10 years ago. Grandpa, who is the Dragon King? Is the Dragon King powerful? Of course he's powerful. At that time, the Dragon King was invincible and suppressed the world for a lifetime. At that time, the Dragon King came from our river city. Unfortunately, he disappeared more than 10 years ago. Do you think that if the Dragon King was still alive, would he still be invincible? Would he even be able to suppress the Lingxiao treasure palace? How is that possible? Although the Dragon King was very strong at that time, he could not compare to the Lingxiao treasure palace. After all, the gods in the Lingxiao treasure palace had lived for tens of thousands of years. How long did the Dragon King live? After Xiao Ran announced the establishment of the Dragon Gate Academy, everyone who had gathered in the city center dispersed. However, Xiao Ran's appearance reminded the entire Jiang City of the Dragon King in the past. That was the existence that was invincible at the beginning of the recovery of spiritual energy. That was the myth of that era. In that era, as long as one could have a relationship with the Dragon King, one would be above others and be respected. Now, the disciple of the Dragon King had established the Dragon Gate Academy in Jiang City and gained the support of everyone in Jiang City. In the past, the Dragon King was the glory of Jiang City. Now that the disciple of the Dragon King was the king of Jiang City, he could be considered to have inherited the position of master. Xiao Ran also had the ability to inherit the position. Walking from the center of the city to the villa by the sea, Wang Xian heard the discussions around him and revealed a faint smile on his face. It had been more than 10 years. It seemed that everyone in Jiang City had not forgotten about him. Daddy, is the Dragon King that they are talking about you? Kaya raised her head and asked Wang Xian. Yes. How is it? Isn't Daddy cool? Wang Xian smiled at Kaya and patted her head. HMPH, bad Daddy. You said that you would bring us to play, but now you're bringing us to watch others fight. It's boring. Huar said unhappily at the side. It's getting dark. It's time to go back to sleep. Wang Xian carried Kaya and squatted down to signal to Huar. Hee, Daddy, raise it high. Wang Xian raised Kaya up. The flower on his back also wanted to sit on his neck. Huar, look at how big you are. Do you still want to be Daddy's neck? Wang Xian said speechlessly. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not old at all. Giddy up. Huar grabbed Wang Xian's hair and said cheerfully. Wang Xian smiled and led them to the villa. He did not return with Xiao Ran and the rest. Xiao Ran was discussing the establishment of the Longmen Academy with the former disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and the Song family. As they walked, the people of Jiang City around them were discussing. The people around them didn't expect that the Dragon King they were talking about was right beside them. After they returned to the villa and played with the two little girls for a while, they coaxed them to sleep. Wang Xian was also sitting in front of the computer and playing games out of boredom. Not to mention, after he had been away for more than 10 years, there were some fun games that allowed him to pass the time. At this moment, Xiao Ran's defeat of the fourth divine son caused a huge sensation on the internet. In these few days, several million disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace came to the land and occupied a part of the land. Every divine son, every expert on the God Ascension list, united or single-handedly occupied a part of the land and established their own strength. When all the heroes came together, even those heaven's favorites could only join hands to contend with the divine sons. Several heaven's favorites had fallen in the past few days. Today, Xiao Ran, a disciple of the Lingxiao treasured palace, defeated the fourth divine son and arrived at the Longmen Academy. Whether on Earth or for the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace, it was an extremely sensational matter. Everyone was clear about the strength of the fourth divine son, Zhou Tian. Being able to defeat Zhou Tian represented Xiao Ran's strength. Among the younger generation of disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace, he could be ranked in the top 5. This was definitely a strength that could not be underestimated. The Dragon Gate Academy had also entered everyone's sights, especially when the disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace knew that Ji Lingfei was also in this faction. Time passed slowly. Xiao Ran was busy with the establishment of the Dragon Gate Academy all day long. The Qin family, Shui family, and Song family had built villas around Wang Xian. The disciples of Dragon Gate had also moved over. 10 days later, the construction of Dragon Gate Academy was basically completed. Dragon Gate Academy had been disbanded. The group of Draconids who were fine had joined Dragon Gate Academy. They joined the academy to be teachers. There were more than 40 Draconids in total. Each of them had the strength of a peak-stage, insightful emptiness realm expert. It was a huge luxury to be a teacher. Xiao Ran was happy for a long time that the Draconids could enter the academy and become teachers. With a group of Draconids, the Dragon Gate Academy would definitely rise. The establishment of the Dragon Gate Academy was basically completed. It would be able to recruit the first batch of students of the Dragon Gate Academy soon. The Dragon Gate Academy had also become a force that everyone in Jiang City wanted to join. When is the academy preparing to officially teach? On the evening of the 13th day, Wang Xian sat at the top of the villa with a smile on his face. Beside him, 2 little girls were playing by the side. Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, Lu Mingxin, and the Song family were sitting at the front. Master, we are preparing to recruit the first batch of students in 2 days. Apart from Dragon Gate Academy, we have also established an Enlightenment Academy. The Earth is undergoing a drastic change. If we can seize this opportunity, we will be able to nurture many strong people. If the opportunity is good, we will be able to become gods. Xiao Ran said while pondering. Yes, the Earth's change will take at least another 10 to 20 years to end. This era is an opportunity for everyone. Wang Xian nodded his head. Currently, he was extremely carefree. The first change on Earth had already passed. He didn't catch up with the time and didn't reap any benefits. He only managed to get 2 young masters who served them every day. The second mutation had already begun, but he was waiting for it now. Master, recently, someone went to the dark ancient lands to investigate. They discovered that there were a large number of dark demonic beasts in the dark ancient lands. The demons and monsters that appeared in the city a few days ago were just a small part of the population. According to the internet, there will be a type of demonic nucleus after killing those dark demonic beasts. The effect of using it to cultivate is better than using spirit stones. Xiao Ran said to Wang Xian from the side. Oh, demon nucleus? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. There weren't any demon nuclei among the demonic beasts on the supernatural continent. At this moment, Wang Xian moved slightly. He stood up slowly and looked towards the direction of the ocean. What's wrong, master? Xiao Ran and the rest were slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian's actions. They immediately asked. There are a large number of demonic beasts flying out from the dark ancient land a few hundred kilometers away. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. Get people to prepare. The disaster is coming. Chapter 1890. 1890 on the projection of the 9 dragons in the Divine Mountain 1890. What? A disaster? Xiao Ran stood up abruptly when he heard Wang Xian's words. His eyes were filled with shock. He looked at the vast ocean in front of him, and his expression changed slightly. According to the historical records, there is an ancient and evil force in the starry sky where Earth is located. They summoned a group of evil creatures through a formation and caused a war in the entire starfield. The entire starfield erupted into a terrifying battle. The former Earth was torn into pieces, and thousands of gods were killed. The entire starfield was reduced to ruins, and only a few people managed to escape. These dark, evil creatures should be the evil creatures that were left behind. Ji Lingfei's face was solemn, and the crystal between her eyebrows was shining. Ao Xingmu, you stay here and protect Hua and Kair. Ao Jian, let's go and take a look. Wang Xian didn't say anything else. His body shook, and he disappeared instantly. Xiao Ran, let's inform the entire Jiang city immediately. Even if there are thousands of demonic beasts entering the city, it's not something that ordinary people can withstand. Ji Lingfei immediately said to Xiao Ran. Yes. Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly, and he immediately nodded. Demons have invaded. Everyone in Jiang City, be careful. All members of Dragon Gate Academy, immediately head to the seaside to defend. Xiao Ran floated in the sky, and his voice resounded throughout the entire Jiang City. What? What happened? It's Principal Zhao's voice. Demons have invaded? Is there a demon that wants to enter our Jiang City? At this moment, everyone in Jiang City had a slight change in expression. The demonic invasion of the city was seen by everyone on the internet. Although there was no demonic invasion of Jiang City, no one was sure if it would happen. With the protection of the experts from Dragon Gate Academy, there shouldn't be any problem. It shouldn't be. Some people were praying in fear. Roar, roar, roar. When Wang Xian appeared in the sky above the dark ancient land in the ocean hundreds of kilometers away, he heard a series of crazy roars. The roars were filled with violence. It was definitely not something that an ordinary demonic beast could produce. One by one, demonic beasts flew out from the dark ancient land and crawled out. Their blood-red eyes stared at their surroundings. There were 7 to 8 types of demonic beasts. Some were like enlarged flies, with sharp weapons all over their bodies. Some were similar to the demon gods who attacked the soaring heavens' treasured palace. Some were like insects, looking extremely sticky and pitch black. Some had blood-red eyes all over their bodies, looking extremely horrifying. They came out of the dark ancient land. Some went into the sea, and some flew into the sky. There were at least tens of millions of them. Their strength ranged from the extraordinary realm to the demigod realm. Wang Xian stared at the ancient land of darkness. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang five elements could not see through it. However, he knew that there was at least a demon god that was comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire. I wonder what's inside. Wang Xian frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings. Under his senses, not only did the creatures from the dark ancient land rush out, the other creatures from the dark ancient land also rushed out. Among them, there were tens of millions of creatures from the dark ancient land rushing towards the Ling Shao treasured palace. Heavenly soldiers and generals, kill this bunch of demons. An extremely cold voice came from the sky above the Ling Shao treasured palace. A dense group of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals held long spears and halberds in their hands. They stood on the clouds and charged towards the demons. The Ling Shao treasured palace is under attack. If there are no heavenly soldiers and generals in other places to defend, they will be easily destroyed. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Attack. We must not let go of demons above the demigod level. Wang Xian said immediately. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared beneath him and pressed downwards. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing the sudden appearance of the extremely terrifying 5 elements millstone, the demonic beasts below let out furious roars. In an instant, millions of demonic beasts stared at Wang Xian. Regardless of whether they were in the transcendence, void interpretation, or demigod level, they all attacked the 5 elements millstone. What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so violent. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. The 5 elements millstone was spinning slowly. Buzz. A destructive energy millstone was spinning slowly downwards. All the demonic beasts were crushed into flesh and blood under the energy millstone. In an instant, millions of demonic beasts were turned into blood. Wang Xian waved his arm and the phantom image of the divine shadow kingdom appeared behind him. All the blood entered the divine shadow kingdom. Splash! In the dragon transformation pool of the dragon palace, streams of dragon blood flowed into the dragon transformation pool from the heads of the 9 dragon pillars. Roar! Roar! All of a sudden, terrifying sounds rang out in the dark ancient land. The sound instantly covered the entire earth. In the dark ancient land, a few pairs of huge eyes appeared. These pairs of eyes were staring at Wang Xian, Aojian, and Aoqitian, godly state demonic beasts. Wang Xian looked over with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The dragon eyes of the 5 elements of yin and yang were staring at them coldly. Aojian and Aoqitian were also staring at them coldly. Wang Xian and the other 2 looked at the godly state demonic beasts in the dark ancient land quietly. Since they did not attack, Wang Xian did not dare to rush in recklessly. A few minutes later, those pairs of eyes disappeared. There was no movement in the ancient lands of darkness below. There were no traces of demonic beasts rushing over either. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, there was a flash of dark light in the ancient lands of darkness below. Some demonic beasts were brought out in all directions by the light. They actually teleported demonic beasts out directly. Wang Xian frowned slightly. I can't stop him. Go back and guard Jiang City. He had an idea and returned to the villa by the sea in Jiang City. When he arrived, Xiao Ran led a group of Dragon Gate Academy's disciples to guard the place by the sea. The entire Jiang City was brightly lit. If there are any monsters that are stronger than them, Aojian, make your move. Wang Xian stood on the villa. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at a few locations and said to Aojian, It's the Dragon King. Aojian nodded. That terrifying howl came from the front. Everyone, be careful. There are a few black shadows flying over from the front. Get ready. Around the coastal area, Xiao Ran led a group of experts from the Dragon Gate Academy to stare at the vast ocean in front of them and roared loudly. Just now, Wang Xian had only killed a few million demonic beasts. There were also quite a number of fish that escaped the net, as well as the demonic beasts that were teleported out from the dark ancient land. If Jiang City didn't have any experts guarding it when these demonic beasts attacked, it would definitely be destroyed. At the same time, There were no other experts like Wang Xian in the other locations of the dark ancient land to suppress them. Countless demonic beasts were densely packed and attacked the human gathering. Just when everyone was shocked and even the disciples of the Ling Shao treasured palace were filled with despair, something happened. The divine mountains began to shine. 9 shadows of 9 dragons appeared in 9 places in the east. Chapter 1891. 1891. In the 1891 Divine Mountains, 9 dragons apparition. The earth tonight was sleepless. When roars came from the dark ancient lands, when tens of millions of demons from the dark ancient lands attacked the soaring heavens treasured palace. In every city, everyone came to the open space in shock to take a look. Especially those cities that were closer to the dark ancient lands. In less than half an hour after the roars sounded, there were experts floating in the sky who saw the demons running towards them. Those incomparably sinister dark Yao Xie's blood-red eyes were filled with a tyrannical aura. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. Roar, roar, roar. What a terrifying demonic beast. What a violent aura. It's over. It's over. No, no. How could there be so many Yao Xie? How could it be? If not for the gods of the Lingshao treasured palace taking action, all of us would have been devoured by the demonic beasts. Terrified voices rang out one after another, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. Some disciples of the Lingshao treasured palace were also trembling violently in their hearts. Buzz! When the demons were wreaking havoc on the ground, more than 10 ancient mountains in the east bloomed with divine light. Mount Tai, Mount Huang, Amei, Mount Lu, Mount Everest, Mount Changbai, Mount Hua, Wui, Mount Hong, Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, and many other divine mountains bloomed with a dazzling light. The light covered a radius of several thousand kilometers. Roar, 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 roar. Under the cover of the divine light, the demonic beasts immediately revealed expressions of fear and panic. Their berserk faces revealed expressions of fear, and their bodies trembled slightly. Their strength was completely suppressed. What's going on? Everyone looked at the divine light that was emitted by the divine mountains, and their faces revealed expressions of shock and excitement. The divine light could weaken and even suppress the demonic beasts. I know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, many gods and even the eternal God Lord suppressed these demonic beasts. The demonic beasts died, the gods died, and some demonic beasts revived. Some of the things left behind by the gods and the blood of the gods can still suppress the ordinary demonic beasts. The eyes of some disciples of the soaring heavens palace were shining. The people in the cities looked at the divine light on the divine mountain and felt that they had survived a disaster. I wonder how long this divine light can last. Some people thought to themselves, roar, roar. At this moment, dragon roars resounded in the world. At the edge of the 8 cities, at the bottom of the sea where the spirit sea palace used to be, a shadow suddenly appeared. It had a head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, and palms like a tiger. The illusory figure was formed from energy, but it had the eye of a real dragon. This was the divine dragon, the universe divine dragon. The divine dragon appeared out of thin air. It was over 10,000 meters long, and it looked like a diamond in the night sky. The 9 divine dragons rose into the sky and let out a dragon roar in unison, shocking the entire world. Roar, roar. The 9 divine dragons hovered in the air, looking down at this piece of land, guarding the entire land. Buzz. At the same time, the 9 divine dragons released an incomparably terrifying dragon might. Roar, roar, roar. Below, all the demonic beasts around this piece of land lay on the ground in pain, blood slowly oozing out from their bodies. The blood flowed into the ground at a terrifying speed. Oh my God, this is a divine dragon, the legendary divine dragon. At this moment, the entire world was shocked. Everyone stared blankly at the divine dragon that had suddenly appeared. Their faces were filled with shock. A divine dragon had actually appeared. How is this possible? A divine dragon has actually condensed in the dragon vein below. At the same time, in the sky above the soaring heavens treasured palace, when the figures heard the 9 dragon roars, they immediately appeared in the sky. They floated in the sky and looked down at the divine dragon that was as powerful as hell. Their eyes were also filled with shock. The place where the dragon veins are located is filled with outstanding people and earth spirits. I've investigated the 9 dragon veins on Earth before. Although they aren't weaker than the other dragon veins in the boundless galaxy, it's absolutely impossible for them to condense. This is not just condensed. These divine dragons have souls. They actually have souls. In this dragon vein, there used to be the blood of the divine dragons, but it was only condensed to this extent. Didn't the divine dragon clan perish together with the insect clan billions of years ago? Now, billions of years have passed in the entire Dragon Tomb starfield, and it is still dead silent. Billions of years ago, the divine dragon clan was destroyed, but there are still some creatures with the divine dragon bloodline and some subdragons. The divine dragon condensed below should be a drop of the subdragon's blood that fell into the dragon vein and revived it. Only the soul doesn't have a physical body. Moreover, its current power hasn't reached the divine realm yet. However, this is definitely a supreme treasure. A few figures said with faces full of shock. After one of them finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared in the sky above the Lingxiao treasured palace. The other figures also moved. In an instant, they arrived above the divine dragons one by one. Their 5 fingers formed into claws, and the divine dragons clawed at them. Wang, however, the moment he caught them, a few of the divine dragons coldly glanced at him and disappeared in an instant. Only the soul doesn't have a physical body. Even we can't find them if they enter the dragon vein. Damn it. A god looked at the disappearing divine dragons with an extremely pained expression. Divine dragons, they were the pinnacle existences in the universe. Even if it was a subdragon, to them, it was a precious treasure. Even if it was placed in the boundless starry sky, it would cause all the gods to fight for it. However, he also understood that even if it was such a weak divine dragon, if it didn't acknowledge them, they wouldn't be able to capture it. Unless an even stronger existence refined the entire planet. However, with Earth's current mutation, the 9 divine dragons might be able to condense a physical body in a few years. At that time, they would roam the starry skies, wanting to capture or even subdue them. That would be a fool's dream. Damn it, I really did not expect that Earth would have such a divine item. If anyone can obtain a dragon soul, forget about becoming an ancestor of the gods in the future, even immortality might be possible. The gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace returned to the sky with extremely ugly expressions. The Earth's metamorphosis and the divine mountain blooming with divine light were all within their expectations. Only the appearance of the divine dragon surprised them. Unfortunately, we have already tried it ourselves just now. The faces of the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace were filled with unwillingness. The divine mountain shone and suppressed Yaoxia. The divine dragon rose into the sky and suppressed the evil spirits. In Jiang City, on a villa near the sea, there was no divine radiance enveloping the surroundings of Jiang City. There were no divine dragons rising into the sky either. One evil spirit after another continued to attack in this direction. Wang Xian stood in the sky above the villa and looked at the 9 divine dragons that were slowly disappearing in the sky. A faint smile appeared on his face. More than 10 years ago, even before the recovery of the spiritual energy, he had dripped 9 drops of the blood of the divine dragons into the dragon vein. The recovery of the spiritual energy had strengthened the dragon vein, and some of his dragon blood had also condensed into a dragon soul. When the divine dragon rose into the sky, he had felt it. It was him. Chapter 1892. 1892, under the projection of the 9 dragons on the 1892 Divine Mountain. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that a drop of blood from the past would actually give birth to a dragon soul. Wang Xian stood at the top of the villa with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. The dragon vein on Earth back then was just a very small and ordinary dragon vein. His drop of divine dragon's blood was just a weak drop. However, when Wang Xian saw the divine dragon's phantom floating in the air, he felt that he had 9 more clones. This was a very strange feeling. The clones had a hint of intelligence, but he could sense the existence of the clones. He could control the clones. However, the 9 clones seemed to be restricted within a fixed range. They could not leave this range. 9 dragon souls. Their strength has already reached the peak of the demigod realm. What a great fortune! Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The 9 dragon veins had recovered their spiritual energy. Under the influence of various opportunities, the dragon souls that were born had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. They were just 1 step away from reaching the godly state. He could keep these 9 dragon souls in his body. Similarly, they could also be his clones. This was a great opportunity. It was definitely a great opportunity. The divine mountain will shine, the 9 dragons will rise into the sky, and I will kill Yaoxia. Regardless of whether it is the divine mountain, the land of dragon veins, or killing Yaoxia, all of them can raise one's cultivation base rapidly. It seems that all of Earth's cultivation base will be able to increase tremendously in the future. Wang Xian looked at the location by the sea. Over there, Xiao Ran and the rest killed Yaoxia one by one. In the body of the Yaoxia that they killed, there was a shiny, diamond-like demonic core. The demonic core contained a huge amount of energy. By absorbing the demonic beast, the cultivation of the cultivator would receive a huge boost. The tectonic plates of the continent are moving at an accelerated speed. At this moment, Wang Xian looked towards the west. The continents had started to gather and would form a continent. At this speed, I'm afraid there will only be 1 continent on Earth in a few hours. Wang Xian looked at the gigantic holy mountain of light that gradually appeared in his line of sight. It was the holy church in the west. Its influence was similar to that of the Ling Shao treasured palace. There were also pyramids that were dozens of times taller than before. There were a total of 6 pyramids like this. Some people guessed that there was a god in each of the pyramids. Similarly, it was also a major influence. Finally, there was the fiery palace of the god of fire. The faction of the palace of the god of fire was slightly weaker than the other 3. The weakest divine sea palace had already been destroyed by Wang Xian. Soon, the entire earth will be on a piece of land. In that case, all the heavens' favorites in the world will start to compete. The disciples of the big factions will also start to compete. Wang Xian thought to himself. However, Wang Xian didn't take the so-called heavens' favorites to heart. What he was more concerned about was how many gods there were in the 4 major forces and how strong they were. At the same time, on some other continents, in the sky above the holy church, the palace of the god of fire, and the pyramids, numerous vast figures appeared in the sky. In front of them, a group of disciples knelt down. The 9 dragons rise into the sky. If anyone can obtain the dragon soul and form the true dragon body, they will become gods and ancestors in the future. When the continents become one, you will go and look for this opportunity. This is the biggest opportunity on this planet. The gods of the 3 forces stared at the dragon god figures with burning eyes. Earlier, 2 of the godly dragon silhouettes were very close to them, and they had tried to catch them. However, the godly dragon was nowhere to be seen, and they had completely missed. To obtain a dragon soul, one needed a great opportunity, and it had nothing to do with strength. If a disciple could obtain a dragon soul, they would become the son of a true dragon and become a god in the future. He could even cross to a higher realm. Divine dragon, dragon soul. When all the disciples heard the words of the gods, their eyes were filled with desire and fervor. Just now, when the gods made a move to capture the dragon soul, everyone saw it clearly. Unfortunately, none of the gods could succeed. If they could obtain a treasure that even the gods desired, it was almost 100%. This made all the disciples' hearts burn with passion. After the Earth's continent became one, they were ready to step onto it to seek opportunities. At the same time, The 9 dragons rose into the sky, and the gods captured them. This scene was clearly seen by everyone. This made everyone on Earth extremely shocked. There was actually a divine dragon on Earth. Tonight, it was a sleepless night for the entire Earth. After Yao Xie was suppressed by the divine mountain's divine light, some experts attacked Yao Xie. After killing Yao Xie, they obtained a demon core and increased their strength. The effect of a demon core was thousands of times more than a spirit stone. After this news was spread, the forces that the skyscraping treasured palace's experts had just established began to crazily attack Yao Xie. In the past, the demigod-level Yao Xie was suppressed at the profound void realm. Killing one of them was a huge profit. Soon, more and more experts joined the ranks of attacking Yao Xie. The entire land was filled with the sounds of fighting and Yao Xie's roars. In the second half of the night, tens of millions of Yao Xie began to flee. They also realized that under the coverage of the divine light, they were no match for humans. Yao Xie withdrew from the area covered by the divine light, withdrew from the area covered by the dragon vein, and became active in the ocean. Some humans chased after him into the ocean, but they soon learned their lesson. More than 30,000 Yao Xie. Haha, more than 30,000 Yao cores. We've gained a lot. At this moment, an excited voice came from the seaside of Jiang City when dawn was about to break. Although most of them are at the transcendent level, these Yao cores can improve us a lot. Moreover, the claws and scales of these demon corpses are very special. They can be used to forge weapons. Xiao Ran looked at the corpses around him, and a smile appeared on his face. The group had fought for an entire night and had gained a lot. To the faction that they had just established, these resources had increased their foundation by a lot. Dean, a lot of big things have happened tonight. The continent has completely become one. The disciples of the Holy Church, the Fire God Palace, and the Pyramid faction have already appeared on our land. Last night, the evil demons invaded, the divine mountain showed its light, and the divine dragon rose into the sky. Some people said that whoever can get the dragon soul can become the ancestor of the gods. It's very lively on the internet now. A young man walked to Xiao Ran's side and said to him, "Really? Although the evil demons haven't appeared here for half an hour, we can't be careless. 1/3 of our people will stay here and guard. The rest of us will rest. We'll replace them in 8 hours." Xiao Ran slightly raised his eyebrows and said to the people around him, "Yes." Chapter 1893. 1893. Half a year after 1893. The 9 dragons rise into the sky. The 9 dragons come from the dragon veins and have already condensed the soul of the true dragon. According to the legends of the gods, whoever can get the dragon soul can become the ancestor of the gods. Yao Xie is active in the ocean beyond the divine light. He gained a lot by killing Yao Xie last night. The demon core can greatly improve a person's cultivation. According to the test, after absorbing 20 demon cores and comprehending the Abhijna or Dharma idol, one can immediately improve. The continent has become one. Disciples from the other 3 forces have entered. The Saint of the Saint Hall has led a group of experts to roam at the foot of the divine mountain of Mount Hua. 9 dragon souls, the greatest opportunity on earth. Whoever can obtain it will become the ancestor of the gods. At noon, Wang Xian sat in the living room. He flipped through his phone and looked at the messages on the internet. What happened last night was known as the beginning of the second mutation on Earth. Regardless of whether it was the invasion of the demonic beasts, the emergence of the divine mountain, or the ascension of the 9 dragons, all of them represented the beginning of an era. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace had just arrived. With the unification of the mainland, the already chaotic situation changed once again. The gods from the 4 major forces seemed to have tacitly agreed not to participate in the competition for the disciples below. It could be said that they did not care about the competition for the disciples below. When a divine kingdom appeared, they would personally go out and enter the divine kingdom to search for treasures. Currently, the 30 to 40 divine kingdoms that appeared on Earth had all been searched by the gods. The rest of them were just following behind and drinking soup. The second mutation began. The dark, ancient land appeared, and evil appeared. It was still difficult for them to obtain the only dragon soul that made them extremely hot. In the eyes of the gods, the most precious thing in the second mutation was the dragon soul. Of course, the godhead of the evil spirits in the divine realm was also a huge treasure. However, if they wanted to obtain it, they might die. I didn't expect that when I dripped the blood of the divine dragon into the dragon vein back then, it became the greatest opportunity for the second mutation on Earth. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He closed his eyes slightly, and Wang Xian instantly sensed the location of the 9 dragon souls. The 9 dragon souls were hidden at 9 locations in the dragon vein, tens of thousands of meters underground. Even a god wouldn't be able to catch them underground. Even if they were caught, it would be useless. This was because these 9 dragon souls belonged to someone. Wang Xian allowed the 9 divine dragons to develop on their own. He did not bother with the forces established by Xiaoran. Just like the gods of the 4 major forces, there were no treasures on Earth that could attract him to make a move. Now, he just needed to hide behind and wait. After that, Wang Xian spent the entire day playing with the 2 little girls, drinking tea, playing games, and watching interesting things on the internet. It was very interesting. Xiaoran's Longmen Academy had already recruited the first batch of disciples. Some of the dragon men who already had a family were acting as tutors and teaching the students. They were also able to receive resources. This made the dragon men very satisfied. As for people like Demon number 156 who were restless, they followed Xiaoran and hunted demonic beasts in the ocean. This was because Wang Xian had killed millions of demonic beasts in an instant back then. As a result, the number of demonic beasts in the dark ancient land was much lower. This allowed them to reap a lot of benefits. Jiang City, an area that was not covered by the divine radiance, became a good place to hunt demonic beasts instead. As time passed, more and more people entered Jiang City to hunt demonic beasts. This also increased the number of people in Jiang City, a small city. A few months later, something happened in Dragon Gate Academy that caused a huge commotion in the entire academy. More and more people entered River City. Dragon Gate Academy was a major force that was currently in the limelight. The founder of Dragon Gate Academy, Xiaoran, defeated the 4th Divine Sun, and his voice shook the entire continent. And the reason why Dragon Gate Academy was in a stir was because of the group of Draconids. Some people discovered that the teachers of Dragon Gate Academy were all experts at the peak of the insightful Void Realm. Peak of the insightful Void Realm was also in existence at the Divine Sun Realm among the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. One had to know that the 5th Divine Sun who had died, as well as the Divine Suns behind the 5th Divine Sun, were all at the peak of the insightful Void Realm. When everyone learned that the dozen or so instructors of Longmen Academy were all at the peak of the insightful Void Realm, they shocked the entire world. Think about it. A peak of the insightful Void Realm expert was a teacher, and he was teaching students. What kind of concept was this? This was equivalent to a former Tsinghua and Peking University professor coming to an elementary school to teach students. How could this not be shocking? After the news spread, Longmen Academy announced that it was recruiting students and disciples. In the past, parents would do anything to get their children to go to a good school. Now, all the parents were doing the same. Countless people came to Jiang City, wanting to send their children to Longmen Academy. There were also many strong people who joined Longmen Academy because of their fame. For a time, Longmen Academy was in the limelight. In just 2 short months, the number of students in Longmen Academy reached more than 5,000. About 30 dragonmen and some insightful Void Realm experts from Dragon Gate Academy were teaching in the academy. A total of about 30 peak, insightful Void Realm instructors shook the other factions once again. This caused the reputation of Dragon Gate Academy to rise once again. The existence of Dragon Gate Academy, coupled with the fact that Jiang City was very close to a dark, ancient land, allowing them to hunt demonic beasts, caused Jiang City to rise. Half a year later, the entire area of Jiang City had almost doubled. Half a year later, the various large factions began to stabilize, forming 20 factions of 1 sect, 2 clans, 3 courtyards, 4 mountains, 5 religions, 6 sects, and some unspecialized people. These 20 factions were all the factions on Earth. They included the factions established by the disciples of the Sacred Hall, the disciples of the Fire God Palace, and the disciples of the Pyramid. Of course, there were still some small forces below these 20 forces. These small forces could not be compared to these 20 forces. Other than these 20 forces, there were also the Prodigy Roll, Divine Sun Roll, and Divine Sun Roll. This roll was the ranking of everyone on the internet. In the past half a year, other than the rise and stability of the major forces, the entire Earth was also filled with wars. The war between humans and demons. Humans killed demons to obtain demon cores. Demons wanted to devour humans to increase their strength. On the battlefield of the ocean, there were countless battles. Daddy, Daddy, come out and play with us. At noon, Wang Xian, who was at the top of the villa, heard the voices of the two girls below. You're already so big, play by yourself. Wang Xian opened his eyes and shouted towards the location below. No, bad daddy, play with us quickly. Bang! As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the sound of flowers rang in his ears. Following that, he saw a body pouncing towards him and hugging his neck directly. Didn't I play with you guys this morning? You two little guys are really troublesome. Wang Xian looked at the two girls. In half a year's time, they looked like they were already 12 or 13 years old. They were 1 meters tall and had 2 ponytails. They were full of energy and were pure lawless. Guzzi and the rest have gone to school. No one is playing with us. Daddy, I want to go to school too. Chapter 1894. 1894 True Dragon Son of Heaven. Going to school? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Huar's words. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw the expectant expressions on the two girls' faces. You two little girls, your strength has already reached the 3rd level of the demigod realm. Why are you still going to school? Wang Xian looked at them speechlessly and said, Guzzi said that there are many students in the school playing together. They can all go to school, so why can't we go? HMPH, we'll go too. We'll go too. Huar and Kair stood beside Wang Xian and shook his arm. All right, let's go. I'll bring you guys to school. It's good that you guys go to school too, so you don't have to torture me at home. Also, those little guys aren't called Guzzi. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said to them, HMPH, bad daddy. They just want us to leave. They'll be called Guzzi. Guzzi sounds good. Huar pouted and raised her head. The dog they were referring to was a child from the Song family and the Draconid families. The two little girls directly called them dogs. Wait a minute. I'll give your brother Xiaoran a call. As Wang Xian spoke, he took out his phone and gave Xiaoran a call. What? Master, Huar and Kair want to go to school. Yes, are you in school? Arrange a class for them. Yes, master. I'll go to your villa now. No, let daddy send us there. While Wang Xian was talking to Xiaoran, Huar said directly from the side, I'll send them there. Wang Xian pinched Huar's cheeks and said to Xiaoran, Then, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the academy. Let's go. I'll send you to the academy. Wang Xian stood up and held the hands of the two girls. It's time to go to school. The two girls walked out excitedly. Longmen Academy looked extremely majestic from afar. It was located at the center of Jiang City. It was covered by a formation, revealing its mysteriousness and power. At the entrance of Longmen Academy, 200-meter-long divine dragons were coiled on the dragon pillars. There was a dragon pearl in the mouth of the divine dragons. The entrance of the entire Longmen Academy looked majestic. One of the 20 powers on Earth, one of the 3 academies. Master. When Wang Xian brought the two little girls to the entrance, Xiaoran immediately came down to welcome them. Arrange a class for the two little girls and let them study. Wang Xian instructed Xiaoran. Yes, master. Leave Huar and Kair's matters to me. Xiaoran immediately said respectfully, Follow your brother Xiaoran. Wang Xian said to them, Go. Don't forget to pick us up after school, Dad. Kair shouted at him. Okay. Don't cause any trouble in school. Got it? Wang Xian instructed. We're so cute. How could we cause trouble? Huar pouted and said to him, Okay, okay. Wang Xian waved at them. Huh. Suddenly, Wang Xian's body stiffened. He narrowed his eyes slightly. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the land of the 9 dragons. The so-called Land of the 9 Dragons was what people called the land where the 9 dragons rose into the sky. Below the peak of the Dragon Range Mountain, a short and ugly young man was located 10,000 meters underground. At this moment, he was holding an array disc in his hand. On the array disc, there was a needle. The needle was in the shape of a divine dragon. The entire array board was extremely mystical. At a glance, it was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary object. Kiki, Dragon-Seeking Array. I didn't expect the Dragon-Seeking Array to be so useful. It wasn't in vain. I almost died over 100,000 years ago for this treasure. I didn't expect it to be of great use this time. As long as I find the dragon soul and occupy it, I'll be able to condense a divine dragon body. Not only will I be able to recover to my peak, I'll also be able to become even stronger. Who knows, I might even be able to reach above the eternal God Lord. Ha ha ha. Excited voices rang out from 10,000 meters underground. The short youth's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. If I can gather the 9 dragons, I can kill even those gods outside. At that time, all the opportunities on earth will be mine. Dragon-Seeking Array, guide me. Over there, ha, you won't be able to escape from my hands. The young man looked at the dragon head's guidance on the formation plate. His eyes were filled with excitement. His body moved, and he dashed forward. His body was unobstructed underground, just like a fish in the ocean. Dragon-Seeking Formation? An item of the godly state? Wang Xian looked at the young man below. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. A fallen god with a treasure. No wonder he was able to find the location of the dragon soul. It seems that some gods can't be underestimated. He muttered while floating in the air. When he saw the young man coming to the front of the dragon soul, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. Since you want the dragon soul, I'll give it to you. When Wang Xian heard the young man's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A devilish expression appeared on his face. Crouching dragon formation. Trap me? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I've got it, I've got it. I can't believe that I have such a great opportunity when I wake up. Ha ha. I'll draw the dragon soul into my body and cultivate the body of a divine dragon. In the future, I'll become a divine dragon and soar across the world. Wild laughter came out of the earthen son's mouth. He stared at the trapped dragon soul in front of him and was extremely excited. The dragon soul was more than 10 meters in size, and its entire body was emitting a majestic aura. Trapped within the array, it twisted its body and struggled. Kiki, don't even think about escaping. The dragon ambush array is a treasure at the peak of the deity realm. It's easy to deal with a dragon soul that hasn't become a deity and doesn't have much intelligence. The earth descendant laughed as the spot on his chest slowly cracked open. His entire chest was like a black hole. Come in, enter my body. The dragon-seeking array in his hand glowed as the dragon soul directly flew towards his chest. Wang, ha ha ha, I succeeded. I am the true dragon son of heaven. The youth laughed maniacally once again. His eyes lit up as he looked at his hands. A few minutes later, he sensed the dragon soul in his body and smiled. His body moved, and he flew into the distance. The moment he flew out of the ground, he couldn't help but raise his head. Roar! Roar! A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in the land of the 9 dragons was slightly shocked. The familiar dragon's roar sounded once again. Ha ha! The earth descendant laughed maniacally as he flew into the distance. Boom! 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 When he flew out of the region of the dragon vein, the ground began to shake. Rumble! The area of the dragon vein began to collapse. The dragon soul was taken away, and the dragon vein disappeared. It was taken away by a fallen god. The speed at which the dragon's soul grows should be faster than here in the dragon vein. In order for the dragon's soul to advance to the godly state, it needs to condense a body of flesh and blood. I hope this fellow can give me some strength. Wang Xian saw everything and smiled. Chapter 1895. 1895 and 1895, on the Little Devil of the Dragon Gate Academy. It was just Wang Xian's intention for the country bumpkin to obtain the dragon soul. With the strength of the dragon soul and the power of the dragon vein, it was undoubtedly wishful thinking for the country bumpkin, a mere powerhouse at the third level of the demigod realm, to capture the dragon soul. Wang Xian saw that this fellow was the reincarnation of a god, so he did not stop him from keeping it in his body. However, if Wang Xian wanted to take the dragon soul over, as long as he had a thought, the body of that country bumpkin would explode and be devoured by the dragon soul. In fact, Wang Xian could even use the dragon soul to possess that fellow's body directly. By letting him keep the dragon soul in his body, it would allow him to increase the strength of the dragon soul rapidly. With a resurrected god to increase the strength of the dragon soul, it would be much faster than in the dragon vein. The most important reason why Wang Xian didn't take back all 9 dragon souls was that the resources required for the growth of the 9 dragon souls were too huge. The energy required for the upgrade of the 9 dragon souls was enough for Wang Xian to upgrade himself. It feels pretty good to leave my clone to someone else to nurture. However, ordinary heaven's favorites don't have so many resources to nurture it. It's not as fast as cultivating the dragon soul in the dragon vein. I hope that a few more fallen gods can obtain the dragon soul. Wang Xian thought with a smirk. This was equivalent to having his own child raised by others with great effort. In the end, it gave him a feeling of retirement. It was somewhat satisfying. The true dragon son of heaven. This title is not bad. Wang Xian looked in the direction where his grandson had left. He smiled and disappeared immediately. In this land of 9 dragons, a dragon's roar shook the heaven and earth. Following that, the ground began to collapse and the dragon vein disappeared. Everyone in the surrounding cities looked at the collapsed area with shocked expressions. What happened? Why did the dragon's vein collapse? What was that dragon's roar? Could it be that the dragon's soul was obtained by someone else? Some experts directly flew into the sky and looked down with changing expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, what's going on? What on earth is going on? The dragon soul was actually obtained by someone else. The sect master of the Earth Void sect, one of the 6 sects, was the sect established by the 8th divine, son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. At this moment, he was floating in the air above the dragon vein. He looked down at the collapsed dragon vein with an embarrassed expression. He had established the Earth Void sect here in order to search for the dragon soul. In the end, he hadn't expected that the dragon soul here would actually be obtained by someone else. Bastard! He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with anger. What happened here quickly spread throughout the world, and on the internet, everyone was talking about the dragon soul. Everyone was envious of who had obtained the dragon soul, and who would have the chance to become a god and become an ancestor. Boom, holy shit, the Lingxiao treasured palace sent a message. The true dragon son of heaven has entered the Lingxiao treasured palace, and the gods will help him ignite the divine fire and lift up the divine kingdom. Oh my god, the Lingxiao treasured palace has spoken. The sacred hall has also sent a message. If he enters the sacred hall, he will become a god. The Fire God Palace has also sent a message from the pyramid. If he joins their faction, they will create a throne for him. This is crazy. My god, the 4 factions are recruiting him together. If only I could obtain it. The internet was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone knew how terrifying the dragon soul was. After obtaining the dragon soul, the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace would help you ignite the divine fire, help you lift up the divine kingdom, and the Fire God Palace would build a divine throne for you. This was simply insane. Countless people were in an uproar. Jejia, I want you to help me ignite the divine kingdom and lift up the divine spark. I want you to help me build a divine throne? You are not worthy. What I want is for you to crawl under my feet. Haha. On the top of a luxurious building on the mainland, a country bumpkin was leaning on a chair. The exposed woman beside him was leaning on his left and right. As he looked at the news on the television, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect that a drop of blood that I dripped casually back then would actually make the entire world go crazy. When Wang Xian saw the various messages, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Daddy, Daddy. At this moment, Wang Xian's phone rang. Just as he took out his phone, Huar's voice was heard from the other end. What's going on, Huar? Daddy has only been away from you for more than an hour, and you miss Daddy already? Wang Xian took out his phone and asked the little girl in a good mood. This little girl had not been away from him for long since she was resurrected. She must have missed him. Daddy, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. One of my classmates actually called their older brothers and sisters to beat me up. He even said that he would call their parents to beat me up. Daddy, come quickly. Come quickly. When their parents come, beat them up. At this moment, the little guy's angry voice came from inside. Wang Xian's face turned black. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, but soon, the glint disappeared. Huar, what's going on? Why did the others call your siblings and your parents to hit you? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. The kids in our class saw that my sister and I were pretty and wanted to be friends with us. They pestered us after class and even pinched my face and bullied me. So, my sister and I will teach them a lesson. Wawa, put me down. I want to tell my brother and sister. I want to tell mom and dad. Just you wait. Huar's words were followed by the sound of crying. This made Wang Xian's face turn black. He recalled the scene of Shenzi, Gu Xinkong, and the rest being beaten up. His face turned black as he imagined it in his mind. Huar or Kaier, you guys have grown up. You need to solve your own problems. Remember, don't break them. Dad is busy. Wang Xian said immediately and hung up the phone. It's only been an hour since I started school. What a little troublemaker. This? The corner of his mouth twitched. Bad daddy, bad daddy. At this moment, in a cultivation room in Longmin Academy, Huar saw the phone being hung up. She pouted and shouted. Quickly put Xingwen down. I'll tell you two little devils. We've already told brother and sister. We've also told Xingwen's father that Xingwen's father is a disciple of Longmin Academy. That's right. Your father has ignored you. You're finished. Quickly let Xingwen go. In the cultivation room, dozens of boys and girls around the age of 12 or 13 looked at the center of the room. A few youths shouted at Huar Kaier. They shouted, but their faces were filled with fear. You bunch of cowards. You still call yourselves parents? What a bunch of brats. Huar disdainfully glanced at the few youths around her and waved the whip in her hand. Pa! Ah! In the middle of the cultivation room, a youth was hung upside down by Kaier. Huar's whip struck down and the youth cried out in pain. You said that you can't tell the teacher, but you didn't say that you can't call the parents. Those few youths said with flushed faces. Chapter 1896. 1896 Among the imps of Longmin Academy in 1896. You bunch of cowards. Now, you bunch of people should properly apologize to us. In the future, if you see us obediently, my elder sister and I will let you off. In the cultivation room of the lower grade of Longmin Academy, Huar and Kaier were clutching their waists. Their small faces were glaring angrily at everyone around them as they softly shouted. You put me down. You quickly put me down. Sob, 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 sob. In the middle, the young man who was hanging upside down in the air was crying while crying. At this moment, his back and buttocks were covered in blood. Although he was not seriously injured, he looked very miserable. Don't put me down. Now you know your mistake, right? Huar pouted her mouth and stared at the young man who was hanging upside down, asking loudly, My mistake, I know my mistake, I won't dare to do it again in the future. Sob, 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 quickly put me down. The youth shouted loudly. It was a miserable cry. Say loudly, Sister Huar, Sister Kair, I'm wrong. Pa. Huar swung the whip in her hand. It let out a crisp sound as she continued to shout loudly. In the surroundings, the entire class of youths and girls heard that crisp sound and could not help but shrink their heads, their faces filled with fear as they looked at the two little demons in the middle. Woo woo woo. Sister Huar, Sister Kair, I was wrong. I was wrong. The youth's entire body was in great pain as he cried and begged for mercy. That's more like it. Let me tell you, you bunch of cowards, if you dare to bully us in the future, just wait to be beaten. In the future, when you see us, respectfully call me sister, otherwise. Humph. Huar said as she pretended to be fierce as she swept her gaze around the surroundings and coldly snorted. Yes, yes, quickly put me down. The youth who was being hung hurriedly replied. Pong. Kair's arm moved, and the pitiful youth directly fell to the ground. He forcefully endured the pain on his body and hurriedly got up. He retreated with some fear. Xingwen, Han, Starlight, what's going on? Why are you guys calling me big brother and big sister? At this moment, a voice came from the door of the cultivation room. Big sister, sob, sob, big sister. At this moment, when the beaten youth heard the voice coming from the door, he immediately burst into tears and ran outside. At the door of the cultivation room, 3 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls stood there. From the clothes on their bodies, it could be seen that they were senior students. When the three of them saw the youth running over while crying bitterly, they frowned slightly. The young girl in the middle hurriedly stretched out her hand to hug Xingwen, who was running over. What's wrong, Xingwen? What happened to your back? Who hit you? When the young girl hugged her younger brother and saw that the clothes on his back were torn and bloody, her face instantly revealed anger. Even teacher wouldn't dare to hit you like that. Who is it? The young girl's questioning voice sounded. When the few youths beside her looked over, their pupils constricted slightly. It was too tragic. These were completely the marks left behind by whipping their buttocks. Sister Liang, it's them. It's them who beat up Xingwen. They even hit us a few times just now. Without waiting for the pained youths to speak, the few youths beside them hurriedly pointed at the flower picking in the middle of the room. HMPH, so what if we beat them up? Who asked them to provoke us with their hands and feet? They even called the older ones over. What cowards! Huar saw that they were pointing at her, raised her head and said disdainfully, Xingwen, did they beat you up? The young girl's expression turned cold as she asked her younger brother, Elder sister, it's them, it's them. The young man cried out in pain. You two vicious little fellows, how dare you injure my younger brother so badly? Come here immediately. The young girl's expression turned gloomy as she immediately shouted at Huar Kaiyar. In school, her younger brother had been beaten up. As her elder sister, she naturally had to help her younger brother vent his anger. Moreover, her younger brother had been beaten up so badly. You're the vicious one. Aren't they just some superficial injuries? I didn't even use any strength. Who asked him to provoke me and my older sister first? Serves him right. Hua heard the young girl say that she was vicious and glared angrily at the young girl. To hit so heavily at such a young age, if it's not vicious, then what is it? The two girls are quite cute. I didn't expect them to be so uneducated. How did your parents teach you? Immediately get your parents to come to school. I want to see what kind of parents can teach children like you. The two teenagers looked at Huar Kaiyar and said coldly, Come here immediately. After the two teenagers finished speaking, the girl next to them shouted coldly again. HMPH, I let you guys beat up Xingwen just now. Now you're out of luck. Serves you right. It's your first day in class, and you're still so arrogant. No wonder you called your father, and your father ignored you. Humph. Beside them, a few youths gloated at Huar Kaiyar's misfortune. You guys don't have any manners. You didn't even ask why we beat him up and just taught us a lesson. You guys aren't good people either. Kaiyar heard their scolding and her face revealed an angry expression. She waved her arm and a vine appeared in her hand. Little sister, Let's teach them a good lesson. Kyra stretched out her hand and held the vine as she said to Huar, "All right, big sister." Huar's face also revealed a cold expression. They actually dared to say that they had no manners and that they were their father. "Oh, little brat, I didn't expect you to still have some ability." The three of them looked at the rattan in Kyra's hand, and their eyes flashed with surprise. However, they still did not put it in their eyes. They were senior students. Could it be that they were still not a match for the two little girls? Whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, they knew that they were wrong. The rattan in Kyra's hand moved gently. The three of them did not see any traces of the rattan and immediately felt their legs tighten. Immediately after, they felt their bodies being pulled up. Wong. They only felt their heads spin before they were directly hung upside down. What? The expressions of the three young men and women changed drastically. They had at least reached the transcendent level, yet they were actually instantly tied up. Huar, it's your turn. HMPH, I'll let you say that we're vicious. Pa, I'll let you call us uneducated. Pa, I'll let you call us daddy. Pa. A whip appeared in Huar's hand and lashed out directly at the three people's buttocks and backs. Every time she spoke, she lashed out. Moreover, the strength of her lashes was obviously much greater than that of the youth from before. In an instant, the clothes on their bodies were torn apart. How is this possible? You two little fellows, you? The young girl who was hung upside down in the air felt the tremendous pain coming from her buttocks and back. She was completely dumbfounded as she shouted loudly. They had never thought that they would be instantly subdued. They didn't even have the chance to resist. This? Around them, a group of 11 or 12-year-old children saw this scene and slightly opened their mouths. 5 words appeared in their minds. How terrifying. These two new beauties were simply little devils. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.